Sound check. Sound check. Can I see a reaction if you can hear my voice? Thank you very much. We'll start in a minute. Okay, so before we start, this meeting is already recording, and a few reminders regarding our event this afternoon. You are all allowed to turn on your microphones, but please keep it muted as there is a ongoing presentation. So we allow you to open it if you have questions later or if it's your turn to present. In case that you have questions also while they are presenting, you may use the chat box. Okay, so we'll start now. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the MAELS Graduate Research Presentation, Emerging Inquiries in Syntax, Discourse, and English Language Studies. So I'm Mr. Philip Painoy, and I will be your host this afternoon. So before we start our program, we will be okay, seek the presence of our Almighty before we start. Okay.
You gave me breath to live each day. You guide my heart in every way. My wisdom, strength come from your hand. No fear or foe can ever stand. This road is rough, the night is long, but still I lift a faithful song. You shine your light and show the way. You pour your love on me each day. Oh Lord, my power, my solid ground. You lift me up when I fall down. You make me walk where few can go. Like mountain deer on peaks of snow, with you I stand and have no fear. Your mighty hand is always near.
When storms arise and hope is low, your light still leads, your love still shows. You wipe my tears and calm my soul. Your peace and joy make my heart whole.
My life is yours, my steps are true. I'll live each day in love with you. I'll sing your grace, I'll do your will. Your word, my guide, I'm standing still. Oh Lord, my power, my solid ground. You lift me up mountain deer on peaks of snow. Forevermore my heart will sing. You're still my light, my Lord, my King.
The Philippine National Anthem.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
So let us hear her welcome and opening remarks. The program chair of the Master of Arts in English Language Studies program, Dr. Marisa L. Mayrena. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you, Doc Philip. Good afternoon, everyone. Before anything else, let me ask you, how have you been? I hope everyone is doing well, staying healthy, and surviving the semester. I know that for many of us, especially you, our graduate students, the past few weeks have been filled with readings, revisions, deadlines, and perhaps a few moments of staring at the computer screen, wondering, why did I choose to study research? But here you are, right? And that is really something worth celebrating. All right. Everyone, it's my pleasure to welcome all of you to the Master of Arts in English Language Studies graduate research presentation titled Emerging Inquiries in Syntax, Discourse, and English Language Studies. To our faculty members, student presenters, guests, and fellow members of the academic community, thank you all for joining us today. This event is a chance for our graduate students to share the research they have been working on for months. And behind every presentation is a great deal of effort, like reading articles, collecting data, analyzing findings, writing drafts, revising drafts, and then revising those revisions again. All right. As we all know, research teaches us many things, including patience, perseverance, and sometimes how to survive on coffee and determination, right? Today is not only about presenting findings, it's also about meaningful conversations, because research grows when ideas are shared and discussed, correct? So I encourage everyone to listen actively, to ask questions, to engage in discussions. Because, guys, don't worry. We are not here to interrogate any one of you. We are here to learn from one another and help make each study even stronger. And to our presenters, congratulations on reaching this stage. Completing a research work is no joke, right? It's not a small accomplishment. This is already a feat. So presenters, be confident in sharing your work. You know your study better than anyone else in this room. And if you feel nervous, well, just remember that everyone here, your teachers, your classmates, families, and friends, we want you to succeed, right? So we're your audience right now, not your opponents, all right? So to our esteemed faculty members, especially Doc Philip, Doc Rolly Quinones, Doc Philip Cainoy, no, the professors in the two subjects this semester who initiated this activity. We appreciate of what you have been doing so far to the MAELS program. Thank you, sirs, for generously sharing your time, your expertise and guidance. And your support helps sustain the strong research culture that we continue to build in the program. And as the chair, I'm most grateful for your help and support. So everyone, as we begin today's presentations, let us keep an open mind, a spirit of curiosity, and perhaps enough energy to stay awake through discussions on syntax in this course, which I assure you are far more interesting than they sometimes sounds, correct? And once again, welcome. May today's event be productive, insightful, and enjoyable for all of us. Thank you, and let us begin this activity.
Okay, so our next part is to explain a little bit the objectives of our research presentation for this afternoon. So the MILES Graduate Research Presentation, Emerging Inquiries in Syntax, Discourse, and English Language Studies, aims to, number one, provide MILES students with an academic venue to present their research papers in their respective courses. So, number two, it is hoped that it also strengthens students' ability to communicate research problems, theoretical frameworks, methods, findings, and scholarly arguments before an academic audience such as this. Number three, encourage constructive and academic exchange through comments, suggestions, and of course, guidance from the faculty members. Fourth is to support the further development of the students' papers or graduate students' papers towards possible submissions to reputable peer-reviewed journals. Everyone is encouraged to submit their final research papers to journals that you think that will be aligned with your topic. And I think Sir Ollie's class already has that tracking on the submissions, and I hope in my class as well, you will be able to do that as well. Okay. And lastly, promote a stronger cultural research, revision, and publication within the MILES program. Okay. So without further ado, okay, we will start with the first part of the program, and that is papers on syntactic theory. So there are 5 papers um, on syntactic theories, and in this part of the presentation, it features research papers that examine the structure and organization of Philippine English, drawing on data from the International Corpus of English Philippines, okay, ISPH. So it covers academic and written discourse, so specifically those subcorpuses, okay, through syntactic and grammar-oriented approaches. So these studies focus on temporal adjunct positioning, complementizer realization, passive clauses, concessive clause complexing, and the last one is existential their construction. So together, these papers demonstrate how syntactic analysis can describe patterns of language use, explain grammatical choices across registers, and contribute to a more systematic understanding of Philippine English within English language studies. So the first paper presentation is Temporal Adjunct Positioning in Philippine English Academic Writing, a descriptive generative analysis of student essays and learned articles in ISPH. Okay, the researchers are Aisel Borja, Isa Zenadvilla, and Miss Daisy Sibanta. Okay.
I am Isa Villa, and today we will be presenting our research entitled Temporal Adjunct Positioning in Philippine English Academic Writing, a descriptive generative analysis of student essays and learned articles in the International Corpus of English, Philippines, together with my group mates Ms. Borja and Ms. Ibenta. For the definition of terms, temporal adjuncts functions as extra elements that express time-related meanings, and they are usually optional. Next slide, please. Our target phenomenon, the class initial temporal adjuncts using the corpus or registers examine the international corpus of English, specifically the W1A student essays and W2A learned articles. The study focuses on the synthetic distribution, structural realizations, and discourse framing functions of temporal adjuncts within the classal structure of student and learn articles in Philippine English academic prose. And this study also investigates the placement of temporal modifiers within the sentence, furthermore targeting the lack of register-sensitive research, specifically examining how temporal adjunct positions differ between student and professional writing. Some notable related literature and studies have been utilized for general syntactic and grammatical frameworks like Work et al. In 1985, Huddleston and Pollum 2002, Conrad et al. 1999, for the thematic and functional theories, Halliday and Mathiasen 2014, Fries 1981, Hunt, Tennyson, and Schneider in 2018 for the register-specific and developmental studies, Chen 2019, Conrad 1996, and Biebert 2020 for the Philippine English and World Englishes, Bautista 2000, and Berlangan 2011. Next slide, please. So to offer a corpus-based register-specific description of how temporal information is structured and managed as a discourse tool in Philippine English, we have focused on the following research questions. Number one, how are temporal adjuncts distributed across front, medial, and end positions in student essays and learn articles from ISPH? Number two, what constituent forms and attachment domains characterize fronted temporal adjuncts and piece registers? And third, what structural generalizations can be made about class initial temporal adjunction in Philippine English? For the analytical framework, we use the theoretical lens descriptive generative syntax utilizing expert theory, and these concepts will help determine if adjuncts are synthetically peripheral or integrated into the predicate. And Ms. Warha will discuss our methodology. Thank you.
For our methodology, we utilize the Philippine component of the International Corpus of English, focusing on two distinct registers: student essays categorized as W1A and learn articles categorized as W2A. Analyzing at the clause level, we extracted optional adverbial constituents providing time information such as recently, in recent years, or when the study ended. Through manual reading and keyword searches, we coded a robust total of 667 valid tokens, split almost evenly with 330 from student essays and 337 from learned prose. For the next slide. Okay, for our discussion, the data reveals a strong shared preference for placing temporal adjuncts in the clause medial clause final position across both groups, accounting for 82.4% of tokens in student essay and an overwhelming 90.8% in learn prose. Okay, however, a key point of divergence lies in clause initial placement. Student essay feature nearly double the rate of fronted temporal adjuncts at 17.6% compared to just 9.2% in academic prose. Conversely, academic authors heavily favor clause medial positioning at roughly 50%. And next, moving on to our another research question. So we examined the constituent forms and attached domains that characterize fronted temporal adjuncts across both student essays and learn articles. Okay, when comparing the two data sets, we clearly see that students' essays show us a much higher overall frequency across the board, particularly infinite temporal clauses with 29 instances compared to just 11 in learned articles. On the flip side, side, more compact structures like prepositional phrases and NP like temporal phrases are less frequent, while non-finite temporal clauses are almost entirely.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Iso, for the continuation of the discussion for research question number 2. We focus on the constituent forms and attachment domains of focusing in fronted temporal adjuncts in both student essays and learned articles. As what you can see in our findings, mostly both registers prefer clause complexes attachment domain. That means that when they're writing their narratives, most of the time when we talk about fronted temporal adjuncts, they prefer to use the entire clause complex rather than just lexical or phrasal terms. That is just second to the most high, which is the prevailing one, the clause complex. So our findings show that writers commonly use fronted temporal adjuncts to establish temporal frame for the entire clause complex rather than for a single predicate, as they are mainly attached to the main clause of the sentence and not just phrasal or lexical that describes a certain verb phrase. So basically, when we talk about fronted adjuncts, we talk about attachment to the entire sentence rather than what we see in clause medial and final positions. Now, for the research question number 3, the generalizations that can be made out of clause initial temporal adjunction. Basically, we go back to its adjuncthood, which is not required. It's non-argument, and these are constituents to the entire sentence or the tense phrase and complementizer phrases. If attached to a specific verb phrase, then most of the time we look into the accounts of medial and final temporal adjuncts. In the case of frontal or fronted temporal adjuncts, most of the time they are placed in front or fronted due to its adjuncthood to the main clauses, as found in research question number 2 findings. Optionality, it is provided that adjuncts are syntactically optional elements. However, they are highly flexible. As you can see in our paper findings, adjuncts can be placed in the front, medial, or final positions. However, there are certain limitations to their movements in terms of the scope, the discourse as well. And most of the time, fronted temporal adjuncts, they complement the entire sentence and not phrasal. We can see that, we can argue that in our when we look into the adjuncts attached to medial adjuncts in medial and final attachments, they are more likely, as our findings are presented, lexical or phrasal complements, not not the entire clause complexes. Now, for constituent flexibility or mobility, as what I have said earlier, they can be placed in front, medial, or final, but there are certain limitations such as discourse mobility, scope constraint, and the discourse of a discourse context of the entire sentence. So you cannot put a fronted adjunct to in the medial or final position, mainly because most of the time, since our data were presented earlier, most of the fronted adjuncts are attached to the main clause, so they are most of the time clause complexes. You cannot do that in medial and final positions. Academic writing often prefers clause medial or clause final positions, as what you can see or realize in the first research question. And that is our main argument.
So to conclude this one, temporal adjuncts are optional, non-argument constituents with structural mobility. They are highly flexible, but there are certain limitations as well. And we wanted to shed light to that. So thank you very much.
Hello. Okay. Thank you very much, Ice, and Daisy. Okay. So, um, based on the findings, uh, the main attachments are complex clauses. Okay. I think because it's the nature of academic sentences, because these are student essays, we assume that these probably are academic writing as well. And learned articles, so definitely these are academic writing. So the main attachment areas are complex sentences. Okay, so interesting finding. And I have some questions to Ice, and Daisy. Okay, what do you think is the hardest part of doing this paper? Anyone?
Doc, if I may po,
Sure.
thank you po. Initially, I could really share something about revisions, but initially we had a very challenging task in terms of coding. Uh, we
Mhm,
had we initially had several revisions in terms of how we were able to code, and fortunately with the information given to us through the code book that you guided
mhm,
us with, we were able to finalize, but we tried our very best to actually discuss that as well and really
mhm,
finalize that. So that's the first thing that we found very challenging for me, Doc. And during our last sessions, whenever we had our uh, discussions with the group, we really found it very challenging because sometimes we had these ideas and then we had these borderline cases and really need to find a time to conclude our discussion in terms of the coding. Also with probably, if I'm being honest, the third research question po, Doc,
mhm,
because we have several ideas about, we have big and vague ideas about the third research question. So, if we would like to really also ask for your advice with regard to that, so we can maybe,
mhm,
finalize or just
mhm.
maybe make it better. Thank you, Doc.
Okay. Okay, so actually the third part about mobility. So actually there's limited mobility. Okay, so you mentioned there's flexibility. Actually, there's limited flexibility. As you mentioned, the structure of fronted temporal adjuncts are not adverbials, or rather they are more phrasal. Okay, more on dependent clause form. So that's why probably that's what it is. What's its limitation? Okay, it cannot be attached, okay, immediately after a verb medial or final because of its length. Okay, so and in short, as you have stated earlier, okay, these are positioned higher in the tree na may complementizer before yung main. So meaning, ang relationship nito is complementation. Okay, on the fronted adjunct and then the rest of the sentence. Okay, so that's okay what you can generalize. Okay, and that is, I think, um, what's this? What's That's the nature of an adjunct. Okay, but what we are arguing here is that is it also true in a particular subset of corpus in Philippine English, particularly academic what's this academic texts, particularly essays and articles. And we found that it's the same, but at least okay, this is a formalization of our observation. Okay, structurally as well. Okay, so thank you very much, Daisy, Ice, and Daisy. Okay, congratulations. Okay, now let's move on to the next group. Okay, predicate licensing and That complementizer realization in Philippine English academic writing, evidence from student essays and learned articles in ICPH, presented by John Mark Vincent Almonte, Analisa Era, and Jermel Manari. Okay, let's hear it from this.
Good day, everyone. I'm John Mark Vincent G. Almonte, together with my groupmates, Miss Analeza C. Era and Mr. Jermel P. Manarin. Our study, entitled Predicate Licensing and That Complementizer Realization in Philippine English Academic Writing, Evidence from Student Essays and Learn Articles in ISPH. This study investigates how the complementizer that is used after matrix predicates in Philippine English academic writing. Specifically, we examine whether complementizer realization varies according to predicate type, subject type, local structure features, and academic register. Using the ISPH corpus, we compare student essays and learned articles to determine how syntactic and semantic factors influence the retention or omission of that. Ultimately, this study aims to contribute to our understanding of complementation patterns in Philippine English from a descriptive generative syntax perspective.
And for the research problem and gap, this study investigates the variation between overdot and zero complementizers in declarative content clauses. Although omission of the complementizer is grammatically acceptable, its occurrence is not random. Instead, it appears to be influenced by factors such as predicate semantics and structural context. And the study also addresses several research gaps and most previous studies have focused on American English and other variations or other variation of English language, while limited attention has been given to Philippine English academic writing. In addition, many earlier studies mainly use corpus linguistic or variationist approaches, with fewer studies examining complementizer realization through a descriptive generative syntax framework, particularly in terms of predicate licensing and structural constraints. And ICEPH is important in this study because it provides comparable samples of student and expert academic writing, allowing us to examine how complementizer variation operates across different levels of academic expertise. And for the research question, the purpose of the study is to investigate the distribution and conditioning factors of that complementizer realization in the Philippine English academic writing. And it answered the following questions. First, how are overt DAD and zero complementizers distributed after selected matrix predicates in student essays and learned articles? And which matrix predicates and predicate classes show stronger tendencies toward overt DAD retention or zero complementation? And for the last question, what local structural features, particularly matrix subject type and intervening material, are associated with overt data retention and zero realization. So, meaning the research question progress from identifying distribution patterns to analyzing predicate tendencies and finally to explaining structural factors associated with complementizer realization.
Pursuing further, this study is anchored in descriptive generative syntax or DGS. This framework combines corpus-based description in generative explanations of grammatical structure. The first key concept is predicate licensing. Under DGS, matrix predicates possess selectional properties that determine whether they can license an embedded complement clause. The second concept is complementation and clause structure. Overt that is analyzed as a full complementizer phrase or CP, while zero complementation is analyzed as either a null complementizer or a reduced clause projection. The third concept involves local structure constraints. Features such as matrix subject type and intervening material may facilitate or interfere with complement clause realization. Using this framework, complementizer variation is explained not as a random stylistic choice, but as the result of interactions among lexical meaning, semantic properties, and syntactic structure. This allows us to understand why certain predicates strongly favor overt that while others permit omission. For the methodology, this study employed a corpus-based quantitative approach using the written component of the ISPH corpus. Two academic registers were analyzed, W1A, student essays, representing developing academic writing, and W2A, learned articles, representing expert academic writing. We compiled a list of matrix predicates that commonly license complement clauses and grouped them into semantic categories such as cognitive epistemic, factive cognition, evidential result, and reporting assertive predicates. Using corpus query tools, all occurrences of these predicates followed by complement clauses were extracted and manually validated. After filtering irrelevant cases, the final dataset consisted of 91 valid environments, 73 from student essays, and 18 from learned articles. The study adopted descriptive generative syntax as its framework. This allowed us to analyze how matrix predicates structurally license complement clauses and how overt that and zero complementation are realized. Each token was coded according to predicate class, matrix subject type, and intervening material. Finally, descriptive statistics were used to identify patterns and trends across the dataset.
Good day, everyone. To continue, I'll be sharing with you the main findings of our study exploring complementizer choices, specifically the distribution between overt that and the complementizer in Philippine English academic writing. Our first research question looked at how these variants are distributed across different academic registers, specifically W1A, student essays, and W2A, learned articles from the ISPH. As you can see from Table 1, there is an overwhelming preference for the overt dot complementizer across both groups. And out of the 91 valid environments combined, there is an incredible 85.71% that utilized overt that. Student essays showed an 84.93% retention rate, while expert learned articles were slightly higher at 88.89%. A typical example from our data is the study shows that the intervention was effective. And under DGS, this strong preference indicates that academic writers in the Philippines favor structurally explicit complementation. This promotes maximum clarity and syntactic predictability, aligning nicely with the formal academic expectations. Moving on to our second research question, we wanted to see if the matrix predicates themselves or the verbs leading into the clause condition this choice. The data in Table 2 reveals that lexical semantics play a massive role. In fact, objective, result based, and reporting predicates show categorical or near categorical alignment with overt that. Evidential result verbs and reporting assertive verbs such as reported, argued, or stated registered a 100% overt that rate. The real variance or the primary source of complementizer omission happens when with cognitive epistemic predicates, which carry a subjective belief, assumption, or expectation stance, like the verb think. Here, the overt that rate drops to 66.67%, allowing a 33.33% omission rate. A representative example of this variation is, I think the proposal is feasible. This proves that matrix predicates differ significantly in their licensing behavior based on their lexical semantic properties. Our third research question investigated local structural features, such as the subject type of the matrix clause and linear proximity. As summarized in Table 3, personal stance environments actively license zero complementation. When the matrix subject is a first person pronoun like I or we see a predominant zero realization with a 52.6% omission rate. Conversely, abstract or inanimate noun phrases like results, theory, or survey, as well as anticipatory expletives like it or there, demand the overt complementizer 100% of the time. For example, a survey commissioned by showed that 93% of the employees. We also analyzed linear proximity when there is a strict adjacency between the verb and the clause. Zero complementation is possible. However, the moment any intervening material is present, such as parentheticals, adjunct phrases, or punctuation, a word that is strongly retained at a rate of 50% to 100% to safeguard sentence processing. In conclusion, the Philippine English academic writing demonstrates a marked preference for the overt complementizer that over zero complementation, reflecting the language's tendency toward clarity and formality. Complementizer choice is systematically shaped by predicate semantics, lexical preferences, and local syntactic features. Overt that is most frequent with predicates of certainty, evidence, and formal reporting, such as show, state, and indicate, while zero complementation appears primarily in personalized context, especially with I think constructions. Overall, this variation is predictable and structurally constrained, highlighting how writers strategically encode stance, objectivity, and formality in academic discourse. That would be all. Thank you so much for your time and for listening.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, John Mark Vincent Almonte, Annalisa Era, and Jermuel Manali. Okay, so I have some few comments. Okay, so probably it's best to separate since you already identified this, that these are two subsets of ISPH, and then you can say that students um, have a greater use of overt flag, correct? I think that's the finding. And that's why in the conclusion, there has to be, you can turn on your microphone, this group, okay? And also, therefore, in the conclusion, I mean, I think should be some um, nuance in the finding saying that overt that is frequently used. Okay, not necessarily only for student essay. So let's have a little qualification on that conclusion. So we cannot say that in this particular, let's say, academic writing, there is a greater use. Actually, that's a significant finding. Why is that the students use overt that over non-students? So probably these are academics, not learned articles. Okay, so And also in number three, you don't really have to mention this distribution anymore, percentages. Okay, better to highlight the matrix predicates. You have that in your conclusion that in certain matrix predicates, overt that appears more often than others. Okay, and then provide examples. Okay, so you don't have to um, present um, the distribution on questions two and three. Okay, you can do that in the beginning. Okay, but you have to consider other um, findings in question one. Okay, interesting result. Okay, and how did you find the research? What do you think is the most challenging? Same question. Okay, Joe, and group. Okay, hello. What do you think is the most challenging? Okay, in
Hello,
this
Doc.
paper. Okay, hello. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon po, Doc. For me po, personally, the most challenging part that I faced during analyzing or doing this paper was aside from the coding itself, but all the coding, of course, we spent time to do that, to manually check all the valid tokens to include in our analysis. But also, I find it very um, significant or important to me as well. Why? Because I was also curious about how, the students sa writings nila, especially when I check writings or essays of my students, they prefer using the overt that complementizer most of the time in their writings. And while doing this research or this paper, I found out that maybe because of experience in writing, and they prefer to be more explicit about telling their ideas in their essays din po, Doc.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think this is more stylistic. No? Students, meaning, sketchikan mo yung papel nila. So, baka very particular sila doon. So, but learned, okay, maybe not like that, or they may see that as something that is um, uh, eh, ano lang naman to, guesswork lang. Okay. Mas mabilis kasi pagka ganun. Understood na may that. Okay, so guesswork lang yan. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, John Mark Vincent, Almonte, Annalisa Era, and Jermuel Manarin. So the next group is passive clauses in Philippine English, academic prose, and SFL account of transitivity and agency in ISPH by Dana Carmel Cacha, Ian de la Cruz, and Richelle Villasis. Okay.
Good day, everyone. Our study is entitled The Passive Clauses in Philippine English Academic Prose, an SFL account of transitivity and agency in ISPH. It was conducted by Rochelle B. Villieses, Dana Carmel J. Cacha, and Ian M. De La Cruz from the Master of Arts in English Language Studies in PUP. So the study examines the syntactic phenomenon of passive clauses, specifically the be passives and get passives in Philippine English academic writing. So the corpus analyzed was drawn from the International Corpus of English Philippines or ISPH, focusing two academic registers, the W1A student essay and W2A learned articles. The analysis was grounded in systematic functional linguistic or SFL, particularly Halliday and Mathiassen's transitivity system, which explain how language represents experience through processes, participants, and agency. So, research focus, this study investigates how passive clauses in Philippine English academic prose configure transitivity and represent agency, and how these patterns contribute to the construction of experiential meaning.
For the research problem, and gap, passive constructions are not simply just a syntactic option, they reorganize participant roles. When a clause is passivised, the goal or the affected participant is promoted to the subject position, while the actor or the one who does the action is either pushed into a by phrase or omitted entirely. The analytical problem here is that how exactly do passive clauses in Philippine English academic prose configure transitivity, treat agency, and construe experiential meaning by foregrounding affected participants and backgrounding actors. The gap here is that although passives in academic writing have been well studied internationally, the specific transitivity configurations and agency patterns of passive clauses in Philippine English academic prose remain underexplored. So this study addresses that gap using actual academic writing from ISPH, which represents real writing conventions into registers of Philippine English. Thus, the study poses three research questions. Number one, what transitivity configurations characterize be and get passive clauses in selected academic prose? So this is the descriptive phase of the study. Number two is how is agency backgrounded, or left implicit in the be and get passive clauses across the selected academic prose, which is the agency analysis. And the third one is the interpretive culmination, where we explain what the patterns mean for how these texts construct knowledge. Number three, how do the transitivity configurations and agency patterns of passive clauses contribute to the construal of experiential meaning in selected Philippine English academic prose? For our theoretical framework, we use systemic functional linguistics, or SFL, as developed by Halliday and Mathewson. The one we use is in 2014. Some of the core concepts of this study is experiential metafunctions, which understands that language represents experience and not just information. Second is the transitivity system, which organizes clauses into process types, participant roles, and circumstances. The third one is agency, specifically the distinction between actor and goal roles in material process clauses. So by analyzing passive clauses through this framework, we can identify what process types are being realized, explain how participant roles like actor and goal are configured, and show what those mappings mean experientially, since systemic functional linguistics focus on how meaning making is made. So for our methodology,
For the methodology, so this study employed a corpus-based qualitative linguistic research design guided by the systematic functional linguistic and supported by descriptive frequency counts. The corpus consisted of the academic written component of ISPH, specifically 12 student essay from W1A and 14 learned articles from W2A, a total of 26 texts. The unit of analysis was the passive clause. Each valid passive clause was counted as one token, regardless of whether it occurred independently or within a larger clause complex. For inclusion, a token had to contain a passive auxiliary plus a past participle, function as a genuine passive construction, appear within the selected ISPH text, and to be analyzed in terms of transitivity and agency. Adjectival, passives, lexical uses of gets, incomplete constructions, and ambiguous cases were excluded. Extractions involve software assisted searches for be and get passives forms following by manual screening and validation. Valid tokens were then coded and then analyzed using the SFL framework. The coding categories directly related to the research questions were the passive types, the be or the get passive, process type, the material, mental, verbal, relational, and related categories, participant role, the experiential role of the grammatical subject, agency representation, whether the agent was explicit, backgrounded, or omitted. From 1,025 candidate passive construction, 893 valid passive clause tokens met the inclusion criteria and formed the final data set for analysis. This procedure enabled the researcher to systematically examine how passive construction realized sensitivity patterns and agency representation in Philippine English academic discourse. Let's go now to research question number 1. So the findings here shows that material processes overwhelmingly dominate the transitivity configurations of passive clauses in the corpus. So out of 893 valid passive clause tokens, 781 or 87.46% were classified as material processes. This indicates that passive clauses are primarily used to represent action, procedures, events, and research related activities. The analysis also revealed that B passives are the dominant form, while only three get passive construction were identified. Therefore, the observation transitivity patterns largely reflect the behavior of B passive clauses. For example, in the clause these tools were modified. The focus is placed on the affective entity, these tools, rather than on the actor who performed the action. So, in terms of participant roles, passive subjects are commonly realized as goal, affected participants, carriers, or token, highlighting entities that are acted upon, classified, or described. From an SFL perspective, passive construction function to foreground processes and outcomes rather than human actors. In other words, the emphasis shifts from who performed the action to what happened and what was affected, which aligns with the knowledge orientation nature of academic discourse.
For research question number two, it says here that agency representation, backgrounding, and implicitness in be and get passive clauses. The agency is overwhelmingly backgrounded or suppressed, with 890 out of 893 tokens being B passives. Agency suppression is the dominant pattern across the corpus. B passives systematically shift experiential focus away from the actor and toward the goal, the affected entity, the process, or the result. Consider examples such as adjustments and modifications were made to suit learners, or they have been classified accordingly, or there are several assumptions that were made. In none of these clauses is the actor explicitly named. The human or institutional agent responsible for modifying, classifying, or making assumptions is absent from the grammar. In SFL terms, this is the receptive voice configuration. The goal is mapped onto subject position, and the actor is either backgrounded in by a phrase or completely omitted. The effect is an impersonal, objective discourse in which knowledge claims appear process based rather than person based. In direct answer to research question number two, the agency in the selected ISPH academic prose is overwhelmingly backgrounded or suppressed, primarily through B passive constructions, with explicit agency appearing only minimally. For research question number three, experience is construed as process centered. Synthesizing both findings, we can have the research question number three as the passive clauses in the selected ISPH academic text construe experience by foregrounding processes and affected entities while backgrounding agency. The combination of material processes, goal in subject position, and actor suppression produces what we call a process centered construal of experiential meaning, one in which knowledge is represented as something that happens to things rather than something done by people. This pattern holds across both registers. W2A learned articles showed a higher concentration of passive for formal reporting and knowledge presentation, while W1A student essays used passives mainly for explanation and argumentation. But in both cases, the grammar consistently prioritizes what was done, what was affected, and what is being described over who was responsible. Therefore, the rarity of get passives is in itself meaningful. It aligns with a broader preference for formal, actor distance constructions in academic prose, and consistent with findings from Huend et al. In 2024 for Philippine English and other world Englishes.
So, to conclude, the central claim of this study is that passive clauses in ICPH academic prose construe experience by foregrounding processes and affected participants while backgrounding actors, thereby supporting a process centered representation of knowledge in which human agency is minimized. The study contributes to SFL grounded descriptions of Philippine English by demonstrating that the patterns identified here are functions as a genre convention in academic writing. The limitation of this study is that it's only limited to selected registers of ISPH, so it should not be understood as categorical generalizations about Philippine English, but as theoretically informed observations only. For future research, it would be productive to compare passive constructions across other Philippine English registers to examine whether this process centered experiential orientation is register specific or a broader feature of Philippine English. That's all. Thank you for listening to the highlights of our study, and God bless.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello. Okay. Um, Dana, Ian, and Rochelle. Okay, so what's the difference between backgrounded and suppressed agents? Is there a difference? You can use your microphones. Um, Backgrounded and suppressed agents. Is there a difference?
Hi, Doc. For us, there's not much of a difference. I understand the
Uh-huh.
idea of backgrounded, but it's more like a
Mhm.
suppressed. We made it
Okay.
similar.
Okay. So this means that within the clause, okay, the agent is not appearing at all. Correct, Dana?
Yes,
Is that
Doc, commonly not appearing.
okay? Okay. Okay. So to those who are watching at home, backgrounded and suppressed means that these agents, in passive clauses, okay, or passive sentences, as we know, okay, so shift yung supposedly object and then the uh, what's the subject? Okay, in SFL they call this actor and um, what's the other one? Whatever it's being affected. Usually it's goal. Okay, so anyway, material processes. Okay, so they have found out that material processes are more um, common. Okay, and there is functionally because of the impersonality of the clauses. Okay, as they have referred to this as process-centric construance of meaning. Okay, so that is fairly um, common in academic writing. Okay, while recently um, the use of personal pronouns such as I and we, okay, are now used. Okay, before, okay, because there's what we call distancing, okay, from the findings and the researcher. So that's why they are using passive in writing research, okay, or particularly academic writing. Okay. Yes, sometimes it's more formal used in formal writing if okay what the writer is trying to do is that he is excluding his or herself okay into the writing. Usually sa mga scientific writing yun, so nauna yung result before yung instead of the researcher. For example, the researcher found out even in the what the style is right now. Even if, for example, may agent as a subject, okay, the researcher found out, okay, we're not even using we found out or I found out or I discovered or I learned, okay, the third person pa, okay, para meron kang distance, okay, so that's the style, okay, here, Okay, it's even further distancing, as for example, the researcher found out that um, the XYZ drug, okay, cures this. Okay, so we can say that the XYZ drug, okay, is effective, okay, or was found out to be something like that. So nagiging passive. And since optional naman yung agent, okay, yun yung sinasabi nila earlier that it's background or suppressed. How about instances that these are not suppressed? Did you make any um, observations on instances, let's say, okay, significant majority of instances are backgrounded or suppressed. What about instances that they are not suppressed? Did you make any characterization of that? Anyone from the group?
Hello, Doc.
Mm-hmm.
Am I audible, Doc?
Yes.
Hello. So, um, observation po when is not suppressed, the agent suppressed po. They are explicitly stated by place or backgrounded by the agent. So, based observation po from the SFL perspective, it may choose to foreground the affected participant for yung mismong process po.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Kay, and congratulations to this group. Okay. How about the audience? You have any questions? Okay, so I suppose that clapping means none. Okay, so let's proceed to the next group. Okay, concessive clause complexing in ISPH, learning popular articles and SFL analysis of hypotactic enhancement and textual organization. Okay, again, to those who are watching at home, okay, this the earlier paper is also systemic functional linguistics, same similar as to this one. So we're slightly moving away from a purely or almost purely generative syntax or meaning structural analysis of language to a more functional, okay, well, there's a structure, but it is, meaning there's a different lens, okay, in this analysis. Okay, so the researchers are Ara, Kyrell, and Pauline. Okay, let's hear it from this group.
Good day, everyone. We are the fourth group. My name is Carol Jabez Doma, and together with my group mates, Mr. Aranil Abelardo Jr. and Ms. Granada Marie Pauline, we'll be discussing our study called Concessive Clause Complexing and Selected International Purpose English, Philippines, W2A Learned Articles, and W2B Popular Articles, Hypotactic Enhancement and Textual Organization in Philippine English. To start off, we'll be discussing the background of the study.
Before we move on to the study itself, let us first understand the key language feature that we examined, which are concessive markers. In this paper, we focus on three concessive markers, namely although, though, and even though. These words are used when a writer wants to show that one idea may seem limiting, contrasting, or unexpected, but the main idea still remains valid. So when we see words like although, though, or even though, they usually introduce a dependent clause. This dependent clause gives a condition or a possible contradiction. However, that condition does not cancel the main claim. In simpler terms, concessive markers help writers say, this may be true, but another point still stands. That is why when they are important in written discourse, especially in texts that need to present balanced and connected ideas. For us to further understand the concept, let us take a look at these example sentence. Although the evidence is limited, the findings remain useful. Here, the concessive marker is although. The first part, although the evidence is limited, it introduces a limitation. Normally, when we hear that the evidence is limited, we may expect the findings to be weak or less reliable. But the second part says the findings remain useful. That is the main idea of the sentence. So the writer is not denying the limitation. Instead, the writer acknowledges it while still maintaining the value of the findings. This is the essence of consecutive markers. They help connect a limitation or contrast to a main claim. In our study, we examine how these kind of construction appears in two registers, which are W2A learned articles and W2B popular articles. We wanted to see how these markers are used and how they are positioned and how they help organize meaning in Philippine English written texts.
The study will examine concessive clauses, concessive clause complexes introduced by although, though, and even though, again from the ICEPH, Philippine English, specifically W2A learned articles and W2B, which are the popular articles. Now, concessive clause are important or useful site for examination for several reasons. So first, they realize both the grammar and discourse simultaneously. Second, they contribute to textual meaning beyond the clause level. And third, their position influences interpretation. And fourth, they are relevant in terms of writers' management strategies. Next. So in written registers, concessive clauses are significant because they help the writer acknowledge the limitation, also to accommodate alternative perspectives and to construct balanced arguments. So this is why they are relevant to both learned and popular articles. So this study will be grounded in systematic functional linguistics. Next. So, for the SFL oriented studies, they have thoroughly defined the meaning of concessive clauses, both grammatical and functional perspectives. And in terms of Philippine English texts containing analyzable textual resources, this is already confirmed by Hernandez, 2020. However, there is still a limited attention or focused attention when it comes to the distribution and position of although, though, and even though in selected ICEPH written text. So specifically, there remains a need to examine how these markers are distributed across the W2A learned articles and W2B popular articles. Also, in terms of how their constructions are positioned within clause complexes and how they contribute to thematic framing, postponed qualification, and cohesive progression. Next. So, while these concessive clauses are well described in theory, their actual behavior in specific Philippine English registers remains insufficiently documented. So, that is why the study will specifically investigate the following. So, first, how these markers occur across the W2A and W2B, and how their constructions are positioned within clause complexes and how they contribute to thematic framing, postponed qualification, and cohesive progression.
After establishing the background, the study was guided by three main research questions. First, we examined the distribution of consecutive markers and positions. This means we looked at how often although, though, and even though appeared and where they were placed in the clause complex. Second, we examined their functions as hypotactic enhancement. In simple terms, we studied how the consecutive clause adds meaning to the dominant clause, such as concession, limitation, contrast, or counter expectancy. And third, we examined textual organization. This means we looked at how these constructions help organize the flow of the ideas in the text. This study is anchored in systemic functional linguistics, particularly Halliday's and Matheson's view that language is a resource for making meaning. From this framework, we focus on four concepts. The first one is clause complexing, which explains how clauses are connected. The next concept is what we call the hypotaxis, which explains the unequal relationship between a dependent clause and a dominant clause. Next concept is the enhancement, which explains how the dependent clause adds meaning such as contrast, limitation, or counter expectancy. And lastly, theme and ream following Thompson help explain how clause position affects textual organization, especially when concessive clauses appear at the beginning of the sentence.
This study adopted a corpus-based qualitative design supported by descriptive frequency count. So this study is mainly qualitative because it aims to describe how constructive how concessive constructions rather are structurally configured and how it contributes to textual organization. This is guided by systemic functional linguistics, and it aims to analyze concessive construction as hypotactic enhancement. So for our corpus and data selection, so we will use selected W2A learned articles and W2B popular articles from ICEPH. So in total, we have 24 selected text and 40 included tokens. So the study focused on although, though, and even though, and we also included full, reduced, and elliptical concessive construction. So in terms of each token, um, it is linked to a dominant proposition or the theme and dream, and we coded for concession, limitation, contrast, or counter expectancy. For the extraction, coding, and analytic procedure, so for all token extracted, we extracted it through keyword search, and we also manually reviewed it for context, and we coded by marker, register, position, and form, and we analyzed through frequency counts and close qualitative reading. In terms of scope, it is only limited to the selected W2A and W2B texts, and we used, or the researchers used, a shared coding criteria or code book for to ensure consistency. And we excluded all non-concessive and ambiguous cases, and the findings are treated as descriptive tendencies only and not broad generalizations of the Philippine English.
Okay, now that we have some sort of backbone for the study, now let us proceed with the discussion of the key findings. What are the findings that the researchers came up with in analyzing these concessive clauses? So first finding, well, for the research question one, the findings show that although is the most frequent, or rather frequently used concessive marker in both W2A and W2B texts, the W2A, or as we already know, the learned academic writing strongly prefers the use of although concessive marker as the or in the initial possession clauses, while W2B on the other hand showed a greater variation by using although, though, and even though across various positions. So what's interesting about this finding is that clause position appears to be very sensitive when it comes to registers. Academic writing or academic writers, to be specific, they tend to place concessive clauses at the beginning or at the initial position to frame their arguments, whereas W2B writers or popular writers use more, flexible positioning. As for the key finding too, all concessive clauses function as mentioned earlier, all concessive clauses, they all function as hypotactic enhancement, meaning that they add um, a concessive circumstance to a specific dominant clause. Four functions were identified, as previously mentioned also earlier, which are concession, limitation, contrast, and counter expectancy. So, as shown in this on the screen, the most frequently used function, or rather, most frequently used enhancement is the counter expectancy. So this is more of prevalent in W2B texts, which are the popular articles. It's interesting also because writers were not simply acknowledging opposing information. They were creating the use of through the use of counter expectancy. It's interesting that there's a prevalence in among writers in creating unexpected outcomes and stronger rhetorical effects for its readers. And last key finding for the research question three, the findings show that concessive clauses help organize discourse through either thematic framing, postponed qualification, and cohesive progression. So the most common strategy here is or was the thematic framing, where an initial concessive clause sets up an expectation before the main idea is presented. This is also further supported by our by the results of the research questions one and two. So again, the interesting part here is that clause position directly influences meaning making. Initial clause frame interpretation, final clauses qualify or limit previous claims, and medial clauses also has its role by maintaining textual flow for or textual flow while addressing or rather adding some sort of concessive meaning. So overall, the study found that concessive clauses do much more than just connecting one idea to another in terms of in grammatical sense. They are also important in meaning making, and it further supports the principle of SFL as our theoretical framework or our main theory. So they are important in meaning making resources that also help writer organize arguments, also in organizing or managing expectations or and in expressing contrast and guiding readers through the text. So as for the synthesis of findings, the analysis demonstrated that complexing operates at both grammatical and discourse levels in selected ICE-PH texts, as mentioned earlier. So again, research question one shows that marker choice and clause positioning vary across W2A learn articles and WTB popular articles, indicating register-related variation. So as mentioned earlier, it is register sensitive. The clause positioning as well as the use of concessive markers is pretty or are pretty register sensitive. So um, it favors a specific concessive marker favors a specific register to be specific. And for RQ2, it explains how these constructions, how they function as hypotactic enhancement. As mentioned earlier, all of the concessive markers mentioned, they all function as hypotactic enhancements.
In our research question number three, it shows how concessive clause guides the reader in when it comes to interpretation, textual flow, mainly through thematic framing. And here it reveals a central argument wherein concessive constructions serve as a textual resources for managing contrast, qualification, and counter expectancy in selected Philippine English written registers.
And finally, to synthesize the findings of this study, SFL is very useful as a theoretical lens because connecting class level structures with discourse level meaning give another dimension to these type of grammatical studies. Next, concessive constructions in the selected W2A and W2B texts contribute meaningfully to both grammatical organization and textual development.
As for the conclusion, again, the study examined 40 analyzable concessive constructions, and it follows, or rather, it's limited. Um, the study itself is limited in three different concessive markers, namely although, though, and even though in selected ICE-PH, both W2A and W2B popular articles using an SFL framework. So although was the most frequent marker in the selected dataset, and W2A favored although, the concessive marker although, being the formal variety, while W2B showed greater flexibility in using concessive marker, which suggests register-related variation.
So in relation to research question two,
So concessive constructions, they function as hypothetical enhancing resources, qualifying, limiting, contrasting, or creating counter expectancy with a dominant proposition. So this supports the SFL view of concession as a logic semantic relation that contributes to meaning making. So in relation to research question three, so concessive constructions contribute to discourse flow through thematic framing, postponed qualification, and um, cohesive progression. So initial position clauses, they function as thematic frames, final clauses as postponed qualifications, and medial or reduced clauses as cohesive progression.
Okay, and finally, this study concludes that concessive constructions in the selected ICEPH W2A and W2B texts are not merely grammatical additions, no, but textual resources for organizing concession, limitation, contrast, and counter expectancy. Furthermore, these concessive constructions employ clause complexing patterns to manage logical relations and guide reader interpretation. And here are the recommendations of this study. The following: first, expand the data set. Of course, expanding the data set would further solidify our findings. And next, we should include additional concessive markers such as while, whereas, even if, despite, and in spite of for a broader account of concessive meaning in Philippine English.
Lastly, it would also be better to compare Philippine English concessive constructions with those in other English varieties to identify similarities or differences in hypotactic enhancement and textual organization. Lastly, refine coding of reduced and elliptical concessive constructions, so particularly those involving though, since these forms may function differently depending on their grammatical and discourse context. And these are the references. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you also so much for your academic indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron, Kyrell, and Pauline, for a very interesting research paper on a concessive class complexing. Okay, so I just have one question. How do you think, anyone can answer from the group, how do you think the counter expectancy is you said that this is the most uh, mostly happening on the data. Okay, so that's the hypotactic enhancement. How do you think it's related to the textual function or meta function in terms of the thematic framing? So do you think there is a relationship between these two? Anyone can answer.
I'll just answer though. I think
Okay,
since as previously stated, the findings in the research question three is supported by research questions one and two, and um, most of the although potential markers recorded were in initial position, and this also helps this also supports the idea that counter expectancy enhancements are found in the initial position or found as a theme of the proposition. So I think that contributes or that establishes a link between uh, the prevalence of counter expectancy as well as the thematic framing being the most used within the whole or data set.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you have to mention that position is an important consideration. Okay, since
Yes.
you are meaning concessive markers, okay, can appear anywhere, right? Uh, Initial,
Yes, Doc.
medial, and final. Okay, but what is significant is that most of these are although, and most of these appear initially. Thus, okay, sabi nga ni Aaron, solidifies as the finding that, okay, that has something to do with the thematic framing. Okay, and the function of which is counter expectancy. Okay, so meaning, main function doon nung concessive markers na yun. Meaning at least, okay, on this specific subset or registers, if you may, of corpus, this is the pattern that is observable. So mainly, concessive markers are used as a hypothetic enhancement, and it is placed initially because the reason is it has something to do with the um, textual strategy, or which is important in the discourse kasi may thematic framing na goal possibly, okay, yung sentences. Okay, thank you very much. Again, congratulations on this group, Aaron, Kyrell, and Pauline. Okay, so last but not the least on the um, syntactic theories papers is the last group, existential their constructions and post-verbal NP elaboration in ICEPH, learned and popular articles, a usage-based construction grammar analysis, which is entirely different from the first four. This is construction grammar as the primary lens of analysis. Okay, this is presented or will be presented by Maria Angelica Castañeda, Joseph Dinandoy, and Angela Montenegro. Okay, two angels and Joseph. Okay, so let's hear it from this group.
Good day, everyone. We are Maria Angelica Castañeda, Joseph Ginandoy, Angela Montenegro from the Master of Arts in English Language Studies program. Today, we will present our study entitled Existential Dare Constructions and Post-Verbal NP Elaboration in ICE PH Learned and Popular Articles, a Usage-Based Construction Grammar Analysis. This research examines how existential dare constructions are used in the ICE Philippines corpus. Using a usage-based construction grammar framework, we analyze the constructional patterns of existential dare, the elaboration of post-verbal noun phrases, and the ways these patterns vary across registers.
So to start, most people actually think that existential there simply expresses existence. But however, it actually helps writers introduce new information and organize ideas within a text. In previous studies, they have examined its discourse functions and use in other English varieties. But there is still limited corpus-based research on Philippine English, especially across different written registers. This is why we examined existential there in the ICE Philippine corpus, focusing on learned and popular articles. Moving forward to our research problem and gap. Although existential there is well described in English grammar, we still know little about how it is used in Philippine English. Specifically, there is no corpus-based study that has examined existential there in Philippine English learned and popular articles, how post-verbal noun phrases are elaborated, and how the construction functions across registers from a construction grammar perspective. So these gaps motivated our study and answered the following research questions. First, what constructional patterns of existential there occur in Philippine English articles? Second, how are post-verbal noun phrases filled and elaborated across learned and popular articles? And third, what constructional generalizations can be made about existential there as a register-sensitive form meaning pairing?
Now let's talk about the lens that we've used to look at our data in this research. So our study is actually grounded in something called usage-based construction grammar, or CXG for short. And here's the simple idea behind it. So Goldberg in 2006 said that construction isn't just a grammar rule, it's actually a learned pairing of form and meaning that can be as small as a single word or as big as a whole sentence pattern. So when we hear the word there is or there are, our brains don't just process the grammar. We also automatically understand its meaning and function because we've learned that pairing through repeated exposure. So building on that, we look specifically at what's called information packaging constructions. So these are patterns whose main job is to organize discourse, meaning to say they help introduce, identify, and manage the things we're talking about in a text. So that was according to Lambrecht, Hilbert, and Hoffman. And this is exactly how we treated existential there in our study. We saw it as a presentational construction, something that introduces a referent or an event or a situation into the discourse and then makes it available for the writer to elaborate on later. So it's not just saying this exists, it's actually doing discourse work, packaging information for the reader. And next, let's move on to our methodology. Next slide. Okay, so we've actually used the ICE Philippine corpus, specifically its written component. So within that, we focus on two registers. So we have the W2A, which are learned articles. So these are academic and scholarly writings. And then we have the W2B popular articles, which are more general, everyday kind of written contents. To actually pull out our data, we've used a tool called Langsbox, which is a coordinate software that lets you search and extract patterns from large bodies of text. Now, not every instance of the word there was useful for us. So we had to, clear inclusion and exclusion criteria. So for inclusion, we look for what's called expletive or non-referential there, meaning the there that doesn't point to an actual location. So it's just a grammatical placeholder like in there is a problem. So we follow the schema there plus be plus NP or noun phrase. So the structure had to fit the pattern. We also made sure there was an identifiable post-verbal noun phrase, something we could actually analyze. And we made sure we were only working with W2A and W2B written text, nothing outside of those two, and nothing outside of those two registers. And on the other hand, we excluded the locative there. So in contrast, this is the it is pertaining about the location, so like the book is over there. We also excluded sentences or fragments and any ambiguous cases where we genuinely couldn't tell if it fit our pattern or not. So next we have the token distribution and the data collection procedure. So after applying our criteria, here's what we ended up with. So from W2A, the learned articles here, we've initially found 43 raw hits, and after filtering, we kept 41, excluding just two. From W2B, the popular articles, we found 108 raw hits, kept 105, and then excluded the three. So altogether, we worked with a total of 151 raw hits, which narrowed down to 146 valid tokens for our full analysis. So now, how did we actually get to the final number? We've actually followed the five-step process. So first, we define the construction. So this means we set clear operational boundaries for what counts as our target pattern before we even touch the data. Second, we did a pilot analysis. So this was basically a trial run on some sample to see if our definitions actually work in practice. Third, we have move recording and classification. So where we went through the corpus and tag every instance according to our coding categories. And then next we have refining the coding rules. So as we go deeper into the data, we noticed some edge cases. So we revisited and adjusted the criteria. And then lastly, we finally conducted the full data set analysis. So, where we applied our refined coding scheme to the complete corpus, and that gave us our final 146 tokens.
For research question one, we ask what constructional patterns of existential there are attested in Philippine English learned and popular articles. Canonical B existential constructions such as there is, there are, was, and there were, which account for 82.88%, clearly dominate the dataset, indicating their status as the most conventionalized and central existential pattern in Philippine English as observed in the corpus. From a construction grammar perspective, this dominance reflects strong consistency of the canonical schema through repeated discourse use, functioning as an information packaging construction. This serves a presentational role in introducing discourse, new reference, and integrating them into the information form. Flow. Beyond the canonical form, the corpus also attests to modal, perfect, and lexicalized existential variants, which are less frequent but structurally related to the canonical pattern and function as systematic extensions of the core existential schema rather than as independent constructions. Taken together, these patterns indicate a constructional network centered on the canonical existential construction, where the core form and related variants demonstrate the schematicity and productivity of existential there in Philippine English. This reveals a tightly organized form meaning network in which existential meaning is extended across tense, modality, and lexical variation while maintaining a unified information packaging function.
So the next findings will be in the research question number two. How are post-verbal NPs filled and elaborated in existential their constructions across learned and popular articles? So we actually have five bulleted summary of the findings. So first, the type of the noun head differs sharply by register. Simply put, the kind of the word that fills the slot, which is the NP slot, after there is or there are is just not the same in academic versus the popular writing. In W2A, it's mostly abstract, technical, and problem related nouns, and in W2B, the spread is much wider. And the biggest single group there is actually the other or unclear category at around 34.3%, which cover things like pronouns, fuse heads, and etc. Second is the elaboration is the norm, not the exception in both registers. So this means writers in both styles of writing rarely just stop at naming something. They almost always had more detail or description. So multiply elaborated noun phrases dominate both registers around 61% in W2A and 57.1% in W2B, while simple unmodified noun phrases are marginal in both, only 2.4% and 5.7%. Third, the elaboration density. It's mostly moderate to heavy across the corpus. In other words, when writers do add detail, it's usually a fair amount, not just, a tiny touch. And moderate density is the single most common level in both registers, around 48.8% in W2A and 45.7% W2B, and completely, bare, unelaborated noun phrases only show up in 2.4 to 5.7 cases. So fourth, the single prepositional post modification is the shared default elaboration strategy. So this simply means that adding a prepositional phrase after the noun is the go-to away in both registers for the elaboration. So it's the most frequent strategy in both W2A and W2B. And lastly, we have the adjective plus PP post modification or prepositional post modification as the most productive combination overall. So, to give you the overall findings, post-verbal NPs are filled and are elaborated in a consistent way where writers are really do prefer to add specification or more details rather than just leaving the noun phrase bare or without any description. So yeah, but the two registers actually diverge in what fills the slot or the NP slot. So it's different from both registers and how it gets expanded.
So we are down to our final research question. So what constructional generalizations can be made about existential there as a register-sensitive form meaning pairing in Philippine English articles? So our first finding is that existential there functions as a conventionalized form meaning pairing in Philippine English. So this means that it is a recurring construction that carries a specific communicative function. Second, we found that existential there serves primarily as an information packaging device rather than simply expressing existence. So, writers use it to introduce new discourse reference and make them available for further discussions. Third, the construction has a stable form but flexible slot fillers. So the overall pattern remains consistent, but the noun phrase slot can be filled by different kinds of reference depending on the writer's purpose. Finally, we found that existential there is register sensitive. So the construction performs the same general function across registers, but the type of information introduced and the complexity of the noun phrases vary. In learned articles, it tends to introduce abstract concepts, technical terms, and more complex noun phrases. On the other hand, popular articles uses a wide variety of reference and generally favor more accessible elaboration strategies. Overall, our study shows that existential there in Philippine English is more than a marker of existence. It consistently introduces new information while adapting to the communicative needs of different registers. So its discourse function remains stable, but its realization changes depending on the context in which it is used.
In conclusion, the study extends construction grammar research on Philippine English by showing that existential there constitutes a conventionalized and productive constructional network whose slot fillers and elaboration strategies systemically vary across studied written registers. Overall, existential there is best understood not as a single grammatical structure but as a usage based network of information packaging constructions shaped by discourse and register. Further, future research may examine how these patterns vary across spoken and written modes of communication. That concludes our presentation. Thank you all for listening. Studied written registers. Overall, existential there is best understood not as a single grammatical structure, but as a usage based network of information packaging constructions shaped by discourse and register. Further, future research may examine how these patterns vary across spoken and written modes of communication. That concludes our presentation. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Angels and Joseph. Okay, so I think we can say also that in your description of the existential there, okay, you can add a description that this is I'm not sure if it's the term, it's partially schematic. So not fully schematic because there are, I mean, slots for B, modals. Okay, so there's a need for a substantive element. Okay, as a construction, if you're describing the existential layer as a construction, you can also add a description that it is partially schematic. Okay, and then of course there are variations. Okay, even though there are findings also or meaning based on the data that you have collected, there appears. What are those again? There's a part there. Um, what was that part? Okay, so that part. Okay, you can argue that this is um, construction by virtue of its substantive element. Obvious naman kasi there exists. So malamang existential talaga yung construction nun. But it is different, okay, in terms of the patterns from the others, like the use of be and then modals, etc. Okay. I have one question. Okay, so would you say that the elaboration of the noun phrase is a construction as well? Anyone can answer from the group. Hello, can you hear me? Anyone? Hello.
Hello, Doc. Can you hear me po?
Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I thought I was lost. Okay. You have a lot of meaning description on the noun phrase elaboration. So meaning may single I mean on that part first, okay. Would you think that this is an construction to the elaboration of NP, or are there specific construction for this? Let's say after an existential there, the next part, would you say that these are constructions too?
Yes, Doc. Our group argues po
Mhm.
that this is still the slots that NPs are filled and elaborated are still constructions because kahit
Mhm.
magkakaiba po yung entities na ini-introduce ng noun phrases, yung
Mhm.
kanyang predictability, yung kanyang variations, and yung kanyang what's the other one? And yung kanyang pagiging conventionalized as structure po is nakikita po yung criteria na to say that these NP elaborations and slot filled sa constructions po
Mhm.
ay makikita po
Okay.
natin as construction.
Okay, yes, correct. Okay, so I therefore you can also describe this that there is also a level of schematicity on the NP elaboration. Okay, you mentioned already that there are patterns and then are slots, but you can fill in these slots with whatever modification or elaboration may be necessary. For example, single PP or prepositional phrase modification and adjunct plus a PP modification can be viewed or argued as constructions as well, correct? So, but you can add that part, okay, in terms of the NP elaboration part, okay. How about I'm curious about the register sensitivity. How did you argue on this sensitivity on terms of registers? Is it different, or what's the difference, or which is different from one register to another? May part dun kay Angelica. Yung last part yun eh.
Hi po, Doc. Sorry po, can you repeat po the question?
In terms of register sensitivity, how is it register sensitive, or how does existential there are um, register sensitive? So meaning, for example, yung learned construct existential there is different to popular articles. Do they have, okay, let's rephrase. Do you think they have different um, schema kung learned or popular?
Doc po, based on my understanding po sa difference niya, when it comes to learned articles po, it is more academic and information dense po yung learned. However, pagdating naman po sa mga popular articles, it's more on general audience and it is actually more easier to understand compared po dun sa learned.
So meaning the basis of this difference, okay, is primarily, okay, Joseph, okay, before I continue.
Hello po, to add po on Jelly's point on the register sensitive construction. For example po sa modal existentials po, may specific pong modals na ginagamit for learned and popular articles po. For example, for learned po, we could say that it's a register sensitive yung paggamit ng modal existential because normally yung construction po ng sentence for learned ay for research. So instead of saying there is, yung ginagamit po or is they might, they will, and in comparison po sa popular articles, since sabi po actually, it's more of easy writing, but for modal existentials po, it is the register is focused on what to suggest to people. So kung sa learned po, there's there there might or there will yung gamit po. Sa popular po ang gamit is there should, there must, para po i-emphasize po yung register na the readers po of the popular articles ay most people po or mass or it's accessible to more people po than academic text po.
Okay, so the question is now, is this a form meaning pairing? Parang kasi ito yung schema, tapos kung modal lang nagpapalit, is it enough to say that these are form meaning pairing? Kasi parang yung modal is something that is a variable, di ba? Kung napapalitan lang siya in terms of the kind of modal, okay, so ito ay construction lang. Yeah, that's the main argument. Construction na yan yung their modal and then plus and followed, or meaning after that there's an NP. Okay, so as to the type, okay, well, maybe you can argue, but what kind of construction is that? Okay, meaning possibly, okay, this is possibly the answer. Okay, it's either this is not completely construction, or rather there is it can be a different label of construction rather than a presentational construction as you argued. But mainly the existential there construction is a presentational construction. Uh, as to the purpose of the modal there, okay, how does it function? Maybe that's the possible answer, or that you can argue. Okay.
Doc, can I add po?
Yeah. Sure.
Naalala ko po yung word na ginamit namin sa paper. It's an extended construction of the core form of the existential there, which is the canonical po. So it's not
Mhm.
the main construction, but yung mga modal existentials, lexicalized existential,
Mhm.
and ano isa? perfect existential extensions po siya nung core form po,
Uh,
ng existential there na canonical po.
okay, so yeah, correct. Okay, so there's a core canonical extension, yung be verb, yun ang pinaka-common pattern. Okay, and then the others are very specialized extensions. Okay, so therefore, yung type of modal, so kung ano ang modals yun, eh kasi if you're saying that um, uh, register 1, okay, has this set of modals versus register 2 has certain set of modals. Okay, hindi naman nag-iiba yung construction niya in terms of an extension of the core construction, diba? So, medyo hedged, okay, yung answer, okay, or very arguable to say that it is register sensitive unless you frame it differently, okay, in terms of existential their construction. Okay, you can explore other possibilities. Okay, but I think, okay, that is very uh, arguable that it is sensitive. If only yung type or semantic yung modal, eh, kung anong type ng modal. So maybe if it's viewed differently, not as an existential construction, possibly we can say, or it is arguably can be a different construction, or if it is a construction at all. Okay, but nevertheless, the existential their construction is already established that there is a construction in terms of the use of existential there, primarily functioning as a what is this, a framing, okay, or informational packaging, as Lambrecht mentioned. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Joseph and the Angels. Um, and congratulations to the first group. Okay, but now we are going to part two of our um, what's this program. But before that, we are giving a 5 minute break. Okay, to address our personal needs. Okay, we will be back after 5 minutes to continue our part two papers on discourse, parts discourse, meaning, and power. Okay. Okay, hello, can you hear me? Okay, so thank you very much and welcome back to our part two of our graduate research presentation, Emerging Inquiries in Syntax, Discourse, and English Language Studies. We will now proceed with part two of our program, Papers on Discourse, Meaning, and Power. So the first presentation will be or I mean, rather, this part of the presentation features papers that examine how language produces meaning, frames social realities, and reflects relations of power across various texts and contexts. These studies engage with the discourse in online reviews, political statements, misinformation, social media interactions, literary texts, religious discourse, news reports, songs, scams, and even public debates. Together, the papers show how discourse analysis can reveal patterns of representation, persuasion, ideology, identity construction, moral judgment, and social positioning. So within the English language studies, these works highlight language as a site where meanings are negotiated, identities are shaped, and power relations are made visible. To start with this part, let's hear from John Mark Vincent Almonte on his paper entitled A Critical Discourse Analysis of Customers' Low-Rated Power Bank Reviews on Lazada. Let's hear it from Mr. John Mark Vincent Almonte.
I'm John Mark Vincent G. Almonte, and today I will be presenting my study entitled A Critical Discourse Analysis of Customers' Low-Rated Power Bank Reviews on Lazada. This study examines how consumers use language in low-rated online reviews to express dissatisfaction, communicate warnings, and construct meanings regarding product quality and seller accountability in e-commerce platforms. The rise of e-commerce has significantly transformed consumer behavior, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. According to Liang and Chang, online shopping became a primary means of purchasing products during lockdown periods. As online shopping increased, customer reviews become more important because consumers often rely on them before making purchasing decisions. Research by Daya and Maheshwari suggests that online reviews function as electronic word of mouth or EWOM, influencing consumers' trust, perceptions, and buying behavior. Among all types of reviews, low-rated reviews are particularly influential due to what Chen et al. Call negativity bias, wherein consumers tend to pay more attention to negative information than positive feedback. Because power banks are essentially electronic devices that require reliability and performance, analyzing negative reviews can provide valuable insights into customer experience and expectations. Previous studies have mainly focused on how online reviews influence purchasing intentions, sales performance, customer trust, and brand reputation. For example, Chen et al. Examined how review valence affects buying decisions, while Hussein et al. Focused on review helpfulness and consistency. However, most studies concentrated on the outcomes of reviews rather than the language consumers use when expressing dissatisfaction. Furthermore, limited research has applied both critical discourse analysis and speech act theory to examine online consumer reviews. Therefore, this study addresses this gap by investigating how dissatisfied customers construct meaning through language and how these meanings reflect broader social issues in e-commerce environments. This study sought to answer three research questions. First, what speech acts are employed by consumers in low-rated power bank reviews? Second, how do these speech acts construct and communicate consumer dissatisfaction? And third, what social meanings regarding product quality, consumer expectations, and seller accountability are reflected in these reviews? These questions guided the entire analysis and interpretation of the data. For the theoretical framework, this study is anchored on two theories. The first is Norman Fairclough's critical discourse analysis, which views language as a social practice. Fairclough proposed three dimensions: textual analysis, discursive practice, and social practice. The second framework is John Searle's speech act theory, which explains how language functions as action. Speech acts include assertives, directives, commissives, expressive, declarations. In this study, speech act theory was used to identify communication functions within reviews, while critical discourse analysis helped interpret how these linguistic choices reflect broader social meanings. For the conceptual framework, it begins with the analysis of speech acts in the textual dimension. The study then examines how these speech acts construct complaints, criticism, dissatisfaction, and warnings in the discursive practice dimension. Finally, it explores social meanings related to product quality, consumer expectations, and seller accountability in the social practice dimension. Together, these dimensions provide a comprehensive understanding of how consumers communicate dissatisfaction in online marketplaces. This study employed a qualitative discourse analytic approach to investigate how consumer dissatisfaction is linguistically constructed in online reviews. The corpus consisted of 30 low-rated powerbank reviews, specifically 1-star and 2-star reviews collected from a selected product listing on the Lazada platform. Using purposive sampling, the study selected reviews that contain written comments and express dissatisfaction, criticism, complaints, or warning regarding the product. The reviews were manually extracted from Lazada, verified according to the established inclusion criteria, and compiled into a textual corpus for systematic analysis. The collected data were then analyzed using Searle's speech act theory and Fairclough's three-dimensional critical discourse analysis framework to identify speech acts, examine how consumer dissatisfaction was constructed and communicated, and interpret the broader social meanings reflected in the reviews. To ensure ethical research practices, only publicly accessible reviews were utilized, all personal identifiable information was removed, and the data were used strictly for academic purposes. The findings revealed that assertive speech acts were the most frequently employed by consumers in low-rated powerbank reviews, followed by expressive, directives, and only one commissive, while no declarative speech acts were identified. Consumers primarily used assertive speech acts to report product defects, poor performance, inaccurate specifications, and unsatisfactory purchasing experiences. Example include statements describing batteries that drain quickly, products that fail to meet advertised capacities, and items that do not match their specifications. Expressive speech acts were used to communicate feelings of disappointment, frustration, and dissatisfaction, while directive speech acts function as warnings and recommendations intended to influence the decisions of potential buyers. The loan commissive reflected a consumer's intention not to repurchase or recommend the product. The analysis further revealed that these speech acts collectively construct and communicate consumer dissatisfaction. Rather than simply describing their experiences, consumers use language strategically to transform personal negative experiences into publicly shared evaluations. Assertives provide factual descriptions of product failures. Expressive communicate emotional reactions. Directives warn other consumers and request corrective actions. While commissive express future behavioral intentions, through these communicative functions, reviews become more than simple opinions. They serve as performative acts that influence purchasing decisions and contribute to collective consumer knowledge within online marketplaces. At the social level, the reviews reflected broader concerns regarding product quality, consumer expectations, and seller accountability. Consumers consistently expressed dissatisfaction when the actual performance of the product failed to match its advertised specifications, particularly regarding battery capacity, functionality, and durability. The findings suggest that consumers highly value transparency, reliability, and value for money when shopping online. Furthermore, many reviews criticize sellers for misleading information and poor service, indicating that consumers view accurate product representation and responsible seller behavior as essential components of trust in e commerce transactions. Overall, the study demonstrates that low-rated reviews function not only as product evaluation but also as mechanisms through which consumers negotiate trust, influence others, and hold sellers accountable within digital marketplaces. Based on the findings, several conclusions can be drawn. First, low-rated reviews function as important communicative tools rather than simply evaluations. Second, assertive speech acts dominate online consumer discourse because consumers primarily use reviews to report product experiences and defects. Third, speech acts help transform private dissatisfaction into public knowledge that influences consumer decisions. Finally, these reviews reveal broader concerns regarding product quality, consumer expectations, transparency, and seller accountability. Thus, online reviews serve not only as feedback, but also as a form of consumer empowerment in digital marketplaces. Based on the findings, the following recommendations are proposed. Future researchers may analyze reviews from multiple e commerce platforms such as Shopee and Lazada. Researchers may also examine other product categories to determine whether similar discourse patterns exist. Additional linguistic frameworks such as appraisal theory, meta-discourse analysis, and corpus linguistics may be incorporated in future studies. And for sellers, close attention should be given to recurring concerns in low-rated reviews to improve product quality and customer satisfaction. Finally, e-commerce platforms should recognize reviews as valuable feedback systems that promote accountability and consumer trust. And here are all the references I used for this paper. To conclude, this study demonstrates that low-rated reviews are more than expression of dissatisfaction. They are meaningful forms of discourse through which consumers communicate experiences, influence others, and negotiate accountability in digital marketplaces. That's it for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you so much to our first presenter for the discourse analysis, Sir John Mark G. Almonte. And now for the audience reaction, may we call on Miss Aiza Sinodevilla for her thoughts about this study. Yes,
Um,
Aiza?
Good afternoon po, everyone. Good afternoon po, Doc. In my case po, I think Mr. Almonte's study po is very relevant as of today's because everyone is like using online shopping, and personally for me, I also prefer this kind of platforms in doing my shopping. It's for everything, for everything po. So this kind of reviews is very important because um I, for one, I highly, I think because I also use the speech act theory on my research, so I have the same um, patterns on how he used the framework for his studies and the reviews of the consumers for Lazada po. So, yes, and with the results naman po, yes, I agreed din po doon sa results na nakuha niya. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we'll proceed to the next presentation. So we will now be
Okay. Yes, we will
welcoming.
now be hearing from Aran. Okay. Persuasion, ideology, and political identity, a critical discourse analysis of Vice President Sara Duterte's select Facebook video statements. I wonder which video statements are this. Okay, let's see. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Madayaw ug maayong adlaw kaninyong tanan. Magandang araw sa inyong lahat. I am Abelardo S. Aranil Jr. and today I will be presenting my research paper entitled Persuasion, Ideology, and Political Identity, a critical discourse analysis of Vice President Sara Duterte's selected Facebook video statements. Increasingly, political actors use digital platforms to communicate directly with citizens. They respond to issues and shape public narratives. In the Philippine context, Facebook is especially significant. David et al. 2019 argued that Facebook has become an quote and unquote arena where political meanings are constructed, circulated, and contested. One form of this digital political communication is the Facebook video statement. Through these videos, political actors can speak directly to the public with minimal mediation from journalists or traditional news organizations. They can explain positions, respond to controversies, and frame political issues in their own terms. For these reasons, this study treats Facebook video statements not merely as informational materials, but as persuasive and ideological texts. Existing studies have already examined several areas of political communication. They include campaign rhetoric, media representation, audience engagement, and social media participation. These studies show that political discourse on digital platforms is an important area of inquiry. However, fewer studies focus specifically on Facebook video statements as transcript-based political discourse, especially within the Philippine context. This is important because Facebook video statements are not simply videos. They are publicly facing political texts where language is used to persuade, justify, position, and construct political meaning. Another gap that I identified is that limited studies integrate critical discourse analysis with Aristotle's rhetorical appeals. CDA allows the study to examine ideology, identity, power, and legitimacy, while ethos, pathos, and logos help identify how persuasion is constructed through credibility, emotion, and reasoning. Therefore, this study addresses that gap by analyzing Vice President Sara Duterte's selected Facebook video statements through CDA, with Aristotle's rhetorical appeals used as supporting analytical categories. Based on the research gap mentioned, the study was guided by one main research question. The main research question asks, how is persuasive political discourse constructed in Vice President Sara Duterte's Facebook video statements? This question focuses on the overall process by which language creates persuasion, ideology, identity, and power relations in the selected statements. The sub-questions are, for the theoretical framework, this study is grounded in two complementary perspectives. The primary framework of the study is critical discourse analysis, or CDA. CDA is appropriate because the study is concerned not only with what the speaker says, but also with how language constructs ideology, identity, legitimacy, and power relations. The secondary framework of this study is Aristotle's rhetorical appeals, specifically ethos, pathos, and logos. These appeals are used to identify how persuasion is constructed through credibility, emotion, and reasoning. In this study, CDA explains the ideological function of discourse, while Aristotle's rhetorical appeals help identify the persuasive mechanisms within the statements. For the methodology, this study uses a qualitative approach because it focuses on meaning, language, ideology, identity construction, and power relations rather than numerical measurement. The study is also transcript-based. Although the original materials are Facebook video statements, the analysis focused mainly on the verbal discourse of the statements rather than visual or acoustic features. Now let us move on to the sampling procedure. Purposive sampling was used because the study required discourse texts that were directly relevant to the research objectives. Since this is a critical discourse analysis, the goal was not statistical representativeness, but the selection of information-rich texts that could provide meaningful data. After applying the selection criteria, 6 Facebook video statements were chosen as the final corpus. These 6 statements were considered sufficient because CDA prioritizes depth of textual analysis over breadth of coverage. The selected video statements were retrieved from the official Facebook page of Vice President Sara Duterte. This ensured that the data came from publicly accessible and official political communication materials. The selected video statements were not chosen randomly. They were selected based on their relevance to the focus of the study. The first basis for selection was the presence of substantial political discourse. This means that the video statements had to contain enough verbal material for transcription, coding, and analysis. Short greetings, ceremonial messages, and duplicate uploads, including purely informational announcements, were excluded because they did not contain enough persuasive or ideological content for discourse analysis. The selected statements also address politically and socially significant topics. These topics were relevant because they provided rich examples of persuasive language, ideological positioning, identity construction, and power relations. For the data analysis procedure, the study followed a systematic process to move from data selection to interpretation. First, the researcher identified Facebook video statements from the official public Facebook page of Vice President Sara Duterte. Second, the identified videos were screened using the inclusion and exclusion criteria. Only videos with substantial political, persuasive, and ideological discourse were retained. Third, the transcripts were then verified by comparing the spoken discourse in the videos with the caption or transcript-like text provided in the official Facebook posts. This helps ensure the accuracy of the textual data. Fourth, the researcher repeatedly reviewed the videos and transcripts to become familiar with the content, context, and recurring discourse pattern. Fifth, the transcripts were divided into meaningful discourse units. These units included words, phrases, sentences, or groups of sentences that conveyed specific rhetorical or ideological function. Next, the discourse units were manually coded using the researcher-developed coding framework. The coding focused on rhetorical appeals, ideological strategies, identity construction, and power relations. At this stage is also crucial because researchers' reflexivity was observed. Since the study deals with politically sensitive discourse, the analysis did not evaluate the factual accuracy of the claims or judge the political position of the speaker. Instead, interpretations were grounded in textual evidence, operational definitions, CDA categories, and Aristotle's rhetorical appeals. Seventh, Max QDA was used as a supplementary tool to organize coded excerpts and check code frequencies. However, the interpretation remains researcher-led and theory-guided. Eight, the coded excerpts were organized into analytical matrices. These matrices served as an audit trail showing the excerpt, rhetorical appeal, specific code, CDA category, and interpretation. Finally, the findings were interpreted by examining how rhetorical appeals and ideological discourse strategies interacted to construct persuasion, power relations, identity, legitimacy, and others. This process ensured that the analysis was systematic, transparent, and grounded in both textual evidence and the theoretical framework of the study. This slide presents the coding framework used in this study. The framework combines rhetorical appeals and CDA categories. The first part of the coding framework focuses on rhetorical appeals. These are ethos, pathos, logos, and no rhetorical appeal. The second part of the coding framework focuses on CDA categories. For example, audience positioning refers to how the discourse constructs the public as citizens, Filipino families, supporters, or members of a national community. The first key finding concerns the rhetorical appeals found in the selected Facebook video statements. Pathos emerged as the dominant rhetorical appeal. The statements frequently mobilize fear, solidarity, shared suffering, and nationalism. Logos appeared as the second most frequent rhetorical appeal. It was especially evident in the discussions of governance, democracy, inflation, corruption, and accountability. Ethos appeared less frequently than pathos and logos, but it remained qualitatively important. It helped construct the speaker as morally credible, service oriented, and politically legitimate. The second key finding concerns the ideological discourse strategies found in the selected Facebook video statements. Beyond rhetorical appeals, the analysis showed that the discourse also constructs political meanings through several CDA categories. The third key finding focuses on how the selected Facebook video statements construct political identities and power relations. First, the discourse constructs the speaker as principled, service oriented, and accountable. The audience is not treated as passive listeners, on the other hand. Instead, they are positioned as people directly affected by rising prices, governance failures, institutional problems, and national issues. This slide continues the third key finding by showing how the discourse constructs opponents, institution, and the nation. First, the opponents and certain institutions are represented as sources of corruption, manipulation, threat, or abuse. Second, the nation is constructed as an object of protection. The discourse links the nation to sovereignty, dignity, and future generations. Through this framing, political issues are elevated beyond individual or partisan concerns and presented as matters affecting the whole country. The fourth key finding reveals that rhetorical and ideological strategies do not operate independently. Rather, they work together to produce persuasive political discourse. Pathos, for example, interacts with victimization, nationalism, and audience positioning. Through emotional appeals, the discourse constructs shared hardship, national concern, and collective responsibility. Fear and solidarity are not used merely to evoke emotions. They also position the audience as members of the national community affected by a common political or social issue. First, the study concludes that persuasion is constructed through ethos, pathos, and logos. Second, persuasive language establishes credibility, emotional connection, and logical justification. Third, ideological strategies shape how social and political actors are represented. The audience is positioned as citizens and members of a national community. Institutions are linked to power and accountability. Opponents are framed as threats, and the nation is presented as something that must be protected. Fourth, the study concludes that political identities are actively produced through discourse. The speaker is presented as principled and service oriented, the audience as a collective affected by social issues, and opponents or institutions as sources of corruption, abuse, or threat. Finally, the study concludes that rhetorical and ideological strategies work together. Pathos connects with nationalism and victimization. Logos supports legitimization and authority, and ethos strengthens positive self-presentation. Now let us move on to the recommendations of this study. First, future researchers may examine a larger corpus or include Facebook video statements from other Philippine political figures to determine whether similar rhetorical and ideological strategies appear across different speakers, political groups, or contexts. Second, future studies may conduct a cross-platform comparison of political video statements on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, X, and Instagram to show how platform structures influence political persuasion. Third, future researchers may use multimodal discourse analysis to examine facial expressions, gestures, voice, camera framing, background, sound, and other visual or auditory features beyond transcript-based verbal discourse. Fourth, future studies may examine audience reception by analyzing comments, reactions, shares, and viewer interpretations to understand how audiences respond to rhetorical appeals and ideological strategies. To sum it all up, this study contributes to political discourse analysis by examining Facebook video statements as significant sites of contemporary Philippine political communication. It shows how persuasive political discourse operates through the interaction of rhetoric and ideology, where ethos, pathos, and logos work with audience positioning, legitimization, nationalism, victimization, and negative other presentation. Through this interaction, Facebook mediated political communication functions not only as a tool for persuasion, but also as a space where ideology, political identity, legitimacy, and power relations are continuously constructed and contested. Here's the list of all the reference I have used in this paper. At daghang salamat sa pagpaminaw sa akong gi-presentar.
Shukran, Aran. Shukran jazilan. Okay. Sir Roddy, okay, I think Jo will be reacting, okay, to the or any comments, Jo, John Mark Vincent, to Aaron's paper, and then the next presenter, Aaron, will be commenting on that and so on in that pattern. Okay, Joe, ready? Okay, I think Joe will be so for any comments, Joe, John Mark Vincent, to Aaron's paper. Be commenting on that and so on. Okay, Joe.
Hello po, good day po everyone. Congratulations po, Sir Aran. It's a very compelling ano po, research paper. Very complete. Wala naman akong mako-comment dun, sir. Besides, it's very relevant, no? Talagang as of today, talagang makikita mo yung relevancy ng study niya because nangyari talaga siya right now sa atin, yung context nun. So, I really love how complete. Super, super complete. Parang final defense na yung ginagawa ni Sir Aran right now. And alam niyo po yun, as someone na babad din sa Facebook. So, mahalaga yung study na to for us to really delve deep doon tao sa government.
Okay, Sir Philip, I think he got
Okay.
disconnected.
Okay, thank you very much, Joe. Okay, so it turns out that is not the video I was expecting. I'm interested in the multimodal analysis of that. Okay, kasi may video daw, may reaction. Ayan yung mga voice, yan yung mga, baka yung mga gestures pa. Okay, next time on the analysis. Okay, so moving on. Okay, to the next presentation.
Oh, Sir
Okay.
Philip.
Yes.
Doc Philip, before I forget,
Yes.
we would like to congratulate Mr. Aran, okay?
Uh-huh.
Because that same paper has been accepted to the International Conference on Pragmatics, Discourse, and Language happening in Bali, Indonesia, this coming November 20 to 21 this year. So congratulations to you, Aaron, and to the rest of you guys. This is one of the reasons why we are having this activity. Okay, and thanks to Sir Philip, of course, for being the head of the events committee for this. Anyway, ayan. So mas marami pa tayong mapapakinggan later on. Yes, the floor is back to you, Sir Philip.
Okay, thank you and congrats, Aaron. And let's greet our Froshies here. Okay, they will be inspired with the. Okay, I'm not sure how is that. Okay, how will they receive it? Okay, so positively or negatively. Positively, they will be inspired. Negatively, they will be overwhelmed. Okay, they will choose which one. Okay, so okay, special mention to the Office of the Vice President, according to Aaron, for allowing him to analyze. Okay, shukran to everyone, and let's move to the next presentation by Aisel. Okay, syntax of deception, a critical discourse analysis of viral misinformation in the Philippines. Okay, let's hear it
And our reactor,
from
Doc
Aisel.
Philip, will
Our
be
reactor
the
is
last
Aaron.
presenter.
Okay,
Sir
yes.
Aaron, thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so good day everyone. So I am Isel D. Borja. So from Master of Arts English Language Studies. So here's my research, the syntax of deception, a critical discourse analysis of viral political misinformation in the Philippines. Next, we have here our introduction. So in today's digital age, misinformation has become a major challenge. Social media platforms allow information to spread rapidly, but not all information is accurate. Fake news, manipulated narratives, and edited videos can influence public opinions and public political behavior. So, most studies on misinformation focus on technology algorithms and audience behavior. However, our study argues that misinformation is also a linguistic phenomenon. The effectiveness of deceptive content does not only depend on how widely it spreads, but also on how language is strategically structured to appear credible and convincing. So this study is anchored on critical discourse analysis or CDA, particularly the works of Norman Fairclough and Anne Van Dyck. Fairclough explains that language is a form of social practice that can create and maintain power relation. Meanwhile, Van Dyck emphasizes that texts become believable when they exploit people's existing beliefs and cognitive patterns. So for the main problem, so this study is the lack of research of focusing on internal linguistic mechanism of political misinformation in the Philippines. Although many scholars have examined the spread and effects of fake news, few studies have analyzed a specific syntactic and discourse structure that make deceptive narratives appear truthful. And next we have here for the research gap, so because language can be used as a tool of emotional manipulation, ideological influence, and political polarization, when misinformation circulates more easily than factual information, it can weaken public trust in democratic institutions and undermine the goal of the transparency and accountability promoted by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 16. Next, for our research objective, first to identify and catalog the microlinguistic and syntactic structures commonly used in viral political misinformation. Second, to examine how lexical choices and intertextual framing are used to create what we call truthful likeness. Third, to investigate how these linguistic strategies contribute to political polarization and elite factionalism. And fourth, to evaluate the impact of weaponized language on public trust in democratic institutions. To achieve these objectives, this study seeks to answer four research questions. So we have here the first one is what syntactic structures are commonly used in viral political misinformation? How do linguistic features such as passive voice, lexical choices, sentence arrangement, and emotional framing create perceptions of credibility? Third is what discourse strategies are used to manipulate public opinion and marginalize political opponents? And lastly, how does political misinformation use language to trigger emotional responses among audience? Now we have here the methodology. Okay, so for the research design, so this study employs a qualitative descriptive research design using Norman Fairclough three-dimension framework for critical discourse analysis integrated with systemic functional linguistic or SFL. So the three dimension include the textual dimension, which examines grammatical and linguistic features. Second is the discursive practice dimension, which analyze how texts are produced and consumed. And last is social practice dimension, which explores broader social and political implications. For the social source, so I didn't put it here, but I will just say it. So I selected the viral misinformation video related to an issue of the ICC warrant involving Senator Ronald Bator de la Rosa, posted on Facebook May 12, 2026. So this study uses purposive sampling because critical discourse or non-probability purposive uh, analysis requires information. So here it allows me as a researcher to handpick specific information, rich video artifacts that deliberately contain precise linguistic and structural phenomenon investigation. So the selected video was examined for evidence of misinformation, then manually transcribed to create a corpus for analysis. So for the data gathering, okay, so me as a researcher, so collected publicly available video from social media platforms such as Facebook or YouTube, but I stick on Facebook page of Harry Roque. So the focus was on videos containing substantial verbal narration, transcribable language structure, and content related to high-stakes political event in the Philippines. Okay, so next is for ethical consideration. So I also observed throughout the study all transcripts were recorded verbatim to maintain textual integrity and ensure accurate analysis. Since the study uses publicly available materials, no confidential or private information is included. Okay, so here is for the analysis. Okay, so as you can see, here's the title, ICC warrant for Bato de la Rosa, and here's the link. So I would not let you watch this because it has a very long duration of time. Let's proceed with the analysis. Okay, so for the first research question, we examine the syntactic structure commonly used in political misinformation. The finding revealed that misinformation frequently use present tense declarative statements that are presented as unquestionable facts. So this is the statement. So yan po ay isa International Criminal Court warrant of arrest at hindi po yan executory are delivered with confidence and certainty, encouraging audience to accept the claim without further verification. So another common structure is the use of complex sentence construction that combine legal accusation with supposed evidence. These sentences create an impression of expertise and authority, even when the legal claims are inaccurate or misleading. So we also found the use of imperative statements such as um, huwag talaga, okay, which functions as direct calls to action. These commands encourage audience to support a political position before critically evaluating the information. Okay. For the second research question, we examine how linguistic features contribute to the perception of the credibility. Okay, first, the discourse uses passive voice, which often hides responsibility and creates ambiguity by obscuring who is responsible for particularly actions. That text allows audience to infer hidden uh, conspiracies without presenting concrete evidence. So, second, the misinformation relies heavily on the tragic lexical choices. So I only just choose few words. So we have here the word illegal, the yuha na hukuman, warrant of arrest. So carrying strong emotional and ideological meanings, these words frame the issues as threat to national sovereignty and encourage emotional reaction rather than rational evaluation. Third, the arrangement of sentences. Okay, so we have here sentences that I can see from the transcribed video. So, illegal warrant of arrest, ICC should not handle the case. NBI must be contempt warrant from Corte Suprema. Okay, the shocking audience is first introduced to a shocking claim, then presented with exclamation, and finally encouraged to resist or oppose certain institution. This structure increases persuasion by gradually intensifying emotional engagement. Okay, so next we have here Okay, so we have here emotional framing. So the discourse relies heavily on fear, anger, and urgency. So we have here the praise yan ay illegal. So this gives a call to action to stop arresting Senator Bato. This praise declares a heavy motion to defend him and let him be put to trial here in uh, the Philippines. So through this framing, people act impulsively to protect Senator Bato. Supporters keep on protesting and saying that the warrant is illegal. Okay, so next. So we have here the third. So discourse strategies used to manipulate public opinion and marginalize opponents. Okay, so the first one is more on us versus them polarization. So political figures are portrayed as victims, while government agencies, courts, or international institutions are represented as enemies or oppressors. Okay, so now let's proceed for um, So for the emotional manipulation through language, so we have here anger induction. So these are the words that used in this transcribed video. So the first one is paghahabol, pag-wrestling, and pananakit. So creates an image of conflict and victimization. So meanwhile, labels such as breaking, intimate emergency news reports, and encourages audience to react immediately. Next is urgency and panic. So these are the words that we can also hear from that video. So ang nangyari ba ang paglalabas itong umano'y arrest warrant doon kay Senador Bato de la Rosa sa loob mismo, yung pagkahabol na ginawa ng mga ahente ng NBI sa loob mismo ng Senador Senado attorney. So interview mga ahente o individual po na may kinalaman doon sa paghahabol at pag-wrestling. So these are the statement. So for victimhood framing, so these emotional triggers create a sense of crisis, making people more likely to share the content and less likely to engage in critical analysis. So these are the statement that we can also see or watch in the video. So now let's proceed with the theoretical perspective. So according to Norman Fairclough, critical discourse analysis explains how language can reproduce power relations and shape social realities. The discourse analyzed in this study uses legal language and institutional terminology to legitimize political narratives and challenge legal accountability. Next, so for in conclusion, the study found that political misinformation in the Philippines uses a sophisticated combination of syntactic structures, emotional language, and discourse strategies to create an illusion of credibility. So, through declarative statements, legal jargon, emotional framing, and polarization tactics, and misinformation can influence public opinion, strengthen partisan divisions, and undermine trust in democratic institutions. So, these findings highlight the importance of promoting critical linguistic literacy, encouraging fact-based public discourse, and strengthening media literacy program to help citizens and recognize resist receptive political narratives. So that's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Aisel. And let's hear it from Aaron. Okay, a
Hello
brief.
po, Doc. Hello po.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ayan, I would first commend Miss Isel for this study. I personally like this study because aside from medyo malapit yung ano namin, dalawang topic namin is this study speaks on how information circulates nowadays. Lalong-lalo na sa echo chambers ng nung mga people with those kinds of political inclination. And I also would like to commend yung academic rigor in actually transcribing because textual evidence are actually powerful proof on kasi pwede natin sabihin na ito lang yung talaga yon. This is so, this is ganyan. Pero kailangan natin ng textual evidence and I would like to commend Miss Isel on that note. And this study is also maganda rin siya kasi para sa lahat, para hindi tayo pauto-uto sa sa information at sa nababasa natin. Kasi again, it will also speak to those na ay oo nga ganito yung sinasabi nila. Yun lang.
Okay, thank you very much, Aaron, for your comments. Okay, and congratulations to Aisel for her research paper. Okay, so now we're moving forward with the next presentation. Okay, the title is Code Switching as a Persuasive Strategy in featured short form TikTok videos of a Filipino makeup brand. Okay, by Dana Carmel J. Katcha. Okay, so let's hear it from Dana.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. Raleigh. Please pardon my sick voice, but today we will be discussing the highlights of my research paper for our class, Code Switching as a Persuasive Strategy in Featured Short Form TikTok Videos of a Filipino Makeup Brand. So, our presentation will look at the introduction, theoretical frameworks used, methodology, results, and discussion. Okay, so as social media continues to embed itself deeper into contemporary social reality, how brands communicate with their consumers have also transformed. So this paper looks into specifically how code switching in Filipino and English functions as a persuasive strategy in short form TikTok shop videos of Izzy Cosmetics, which is a Filipino makeup brand. So again, short form videos are videos that are 15 seconds to 3 minutes long, typically with a vertical orientation. And why are we studying it? Because 86% of Filipino social media users follow at least one influencer. 70% have purchased products based on the influencer's recommendations. So we know how relevant TikTok videos, short form videos are in our society. But now we're going to look into how digital beauty marketing, particularly in the Philippine context, is like. And it remains understudied, even though persuasive strategies and code switching have been studied many times in ads, commercials, and like. So we now look at the language that is being used, specifically how creators speak in these videos. We know that Filipino English code switching is everywhere in digital speech. That's why we're looking into the code switching or the alternating of languages between one to another, in this case, Filipino and English. Poplack described it as systematic and not random, and shows competence, not just a deficiency. It also performs persuasive functions, like what Luna and Peracchio 2005 observed, that in ads, it activates language-specific schemas that can positively influence consumer attitudes. Thus, this paper asks three research questions. What types of code switching are employed in featured short form TikTok videos of a Filipino makeup brand? How does code switching contribute to the persuasive strategies used in these TikTok videos? And what are the most prevalent persuasive strategies featured in the selected TikTok videos? This paper used two theoretical frameworks. Structurally and functionally, we analyzed it through code switching using Poplack's 1980 seminal framework, which categorizes code switch sentences into intrasentential, intersentential, and tag switching. As for the persuasive strategies, we used Beeb and Beeb's framework as operationalized by Hantula et al. In 2025. So under that would be the Aristotelian appeals, ethos, logos, and pathos classified with enhancing credibility to persuade, using logic and evidence to persuade, and using emotional appeals to persuade. For our methodology, the data source are 30 featured videos of products from Izzy Cosmetics TikTok shop. Out of that, 13 unique creators were identified as you scroll along. And after it was transcribed, their speech, 413 total sentences were produced. The sampling is the top best-selling products, 3 videos per product. And the inclusion is there must be Filipino English code switching present, it must be spoken discourse, and it must be about the product of Izzy Cosmetics. Analytical approach would be qualitative discourse analysis, again using the Poplack and Beeb frameworks, and then the manual classification of all 413 sentences were done for the analysis. Some ethical considerations that we have was only using public content, no reproduction of the videos, no data of the creator was used, and the researcher's positionality as a bilingual person was also acknowledged. For results and discussions, to answer research question number 1, the types of code switching that were present in the videos, 480 out of 413 sentences, 480 total code switching instances were identified. This is because there's overlap between the class types of code switching. So there could be intrasentential in and intersentential sentences in a code switch scenario, right? So intrasentential was the most frequent uh, with 210 instances. It often realized itself through English cosmetic technical vocabulary in Filipino syntax, as you can see in the sample here. So as an observation that remain made, when we lack a lexical item in one language, we usually go for another language in order to fulfill that need, right? So in this one, particularly in beauty products and makeup products, the technical vocabulary that is needed by the creators is usually from the English, right? So here we have dry skin, watery inconsistency, etc., etc. Followed nearly by tag switching with 203 instances. We saw that address forms, promotional tags, and interjections were the most common. So bagsak pressure was very common. Guys, girl, te was also very common. And this appeared abundantly in the dataset. Least frequent was intersentential. There were occurrences, but was mostly from product information to evaluation of that product so that they can engage audiences. To answer research question 2 and 3, which is concerned about the persuasive strategies in these code switch utterances. So to answer the number 2 question, how does code switching contribute to the persuasive strategies used in this TikTok videos? All persuasive strategies, code switching contributed to all of them, right? So the most notable ones were enhancing credibility and the use of emotional appeals. They were the most prevalent. So the highlights of our results and discussion section in the persuasive strategies is the use of emotional appeals was the most abundant, typically with the sub-strategies of using emotion-arousing language through the use of the tags that we mentioned earlier for promotional expressions such as bagsak presyo and 88. So for this example, you can see that these terms are immediately recognizable to online shoppers and were often used to frame the products as desirable purchases. That's why they were commonly used, and they were even put usually at the front or at the end of the sentences or the speech event. Fear appeals was also very, very common, especially to reference limited stock, to make sure that the feel of missing out encourages urgency for the consumers to purchase the products. So these findings suggest that the code switching frequently occurred to emphasize, again, urgency, desirability, value of the product, which makes the emotional engagement a central feature of persuasion in the dataset. Enhancing credibility also followed closely. Technical cosmetic vocabulary, like we mentioned before, was often employed to signal competence. So, to be credible, for the video to be credible and trustworthy about what they're saying about the product, there were instances where code switching was employed to speak about the product or descriptions about the product in a casual and more conversational manner, while personal testimony established trustworthiness. So it was very important as well to interact and engage with the audiences. Using logic and evidence didn't appear as much, but when it did, it was through causal reasoning. So here, I think everyone picks the shade because MLBB vibes. There is a cause and effect sort of situation from the code switch utterance. So in conclusion, intrasentential and tag switching emerged as the most dominant forms of code switching in the selected TikTok shop videos of Izzy Cosmetics. And code switching contributed to all the persuasive strategies, most notably the emotional appeals and the credibility enhancement. And TikTok promotional beauty content more frequently persuaded through sharing product expertise, thereby enhancing competence and credibility, personal experience, making them more trustworthy, urgency, and audience engagement. So the findings suggest that Filipino English code switching within short form beauty content functions as a resource through which creators present the products, share reviews and their recommendations, and interact conversationally like friends with the viewers rather than just directly advertising it, highlighting the role of code switching in contemporary digital promotional discourse. So these are the highlights of my paper. I hope it was informative. Thank you for your time and attention. God bless and have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dana, okay, for her brief comments. Isel?
Sir po, so yung kay Ma'am Dina po, I really appreciate this kasi po interesting siya para sa akin kasi viewers din ako sa TikTok and then really encouraging or yung nakaka-persuade naman talaga kapag code switching. And marami kasi akong pinapanood ng mga influencer na fluent sila in English but they still try to use code switching pa din para magkaroon sila ng engagement dun sa mga bumibili po. And then, dun din po, as I read all the slides din po, parang doon ko na-realize na, oo nga, no, it is the real situation din po in marketing din po. It is a marketing strategy din for them. And I commend Miss Dana for this and it's really a good research po.
Okay, thank you very much, Isel. Okay, so
Doc
I also have
Philip,
one comment. Yes.
I think Miss Anna Mendelebar, is she still here?
Uh,
Miss Anna?
Yes po.
Yeah, and his thoughts about it. I think you have something to say about the cosmetics and the TikTok languages that they use, particularly the code switching.
How did you know, Doc? How did All right.
Because we are both addicted to shopping.
Are we? All right. Some quick thoughts. I hope you guys are able to hear me clearly. I'm outdoors, but anyway, um, so first and foremost, I personally support an account that has to do with social media, one where we proactively support um, digital marketers to really focus on creating social media contents like such. Personally, I'm also in pursuit of having to create a research in relation to code switching and coincidentally focus on Filipino beauty market as well. I find it interesting that uh, our researcher here has managed to utilize code switching for a particular and assess it with uh, concerning the types of persuasions or rather the tactics of persuasions that are applied in that process. Because as I was thinking about earlier, um, there is already an existing study, I believe in LaSalle, I forgot around when, wherein they did a study of code switching as well, but they were mostly pertaining to TV commercials before. So I think that continuous pursuit of this kind of research where we assess um, how code switching is applied within social media reels, all right, especially for brand advertising, is indeed utilize how it is applied. What are the technical what can we get from that? Because in comparison to TV commercials before, they actually have to undergo the full production process, pre-prod, the production process, post-prod, and all. Um, and then it still has to go through rigorous assessments care of the company in concern, no, with which their products are being advertised. Dito, medyo mas free for all, no, for our influencers, yung opportunity na i-express yung sarili nila, right? To make it more appealing to the target market. Which is why having to look into how speakers, or in this case, influencers, utilize the language is rather relevant because it's a lot closer to home to its target audiences. Yun lamang po, salamat.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna, for your insights. Okay, so this is a general comment, not only to Dina, but for everyone. Let's say in the answer, okay, let's say in this case, okay, the effect of persuasion is have yet to be determined. Okay, but in this case, okay, the researcher is the primary interpreter of the what's this of the text. Okay, so since she's the one observing and this is the one trying to analyze, there is a part of it wherein the researcher is situating herself in the study. So it seems na may effect yung persuasion or something like that. But however, it is yet to be determined outside of the researcher. Okay, so maybe in this particular kinds or types of studies, okay, wherein we cannot know for certain how are these affecting or affecting others other than the researcher. We can hedge on the answer. For example, it appears that the code switching is trying to like that, okay, or the influencer attempts to kung ano mang persuasive strategies. Okay, para hindi mako-cover kasi lahat eh. Unless otherwise, we look into um, the audience, interview, ethnography, etc. Okay, it applies to everyone, especially in our program, English Language Studies, we will have a lot of this discourse analysis and it's open for a lot of interpretation. Okay, recently there are, I mean later there will be some next in the next few days there will be thesis presentations or final defense. Okay, so these are the things that we are cautioning to hindi naman babala or beware, but rather academic hedging on your answers. Okay, para because we cannot achieve that degree of certainty. Okay, meaning as academic hedging, okay, meaning medyo lagyan natin ng buffer on the argument. After all, this is our arguments. I always say, especially to my methods class, one of which is Anna, okay, there is no right or wrong answer. There's only close or far answer. Wala naman tama o mali sa interpretation ninyo. Okay, especially we can see that she applied methodology rigorously. So may systematic way of collecting. Okay, correct yon. Okay, but however, in the answer, though the researcher is situated within the study, okay, outside of that, okay, will be a different study unless Dana will ask this participants or ano man, kung sino man ang nagko-consume ng discourses na yon, if in fact okay, have an effect. And even then, let's say may interview siya o nagkaroon ng impact, ang answer is within those subset of people pa rin, okay, within that group. Okay, I hope that is beneficial to everyone. Okay, we will now move to the next presentation. Okay, the title is Constructing Accountability, Moral Framing, Collective Judgment, and Power in Online Cancel Culture Discourse. The researcher is Maria Angelica Castañeda, and later we will hear her thoughts on the study is Dana. Okay, so let's hear it from Miss Castañeda. Okay.
Good day, everyone. So, today I will be presenting my study entitled Constructing Accountability, Moral Framing, Collective Judgment, and Power in Online Cancel Culture Discourse. So, allow me to begin with a question. When a political controversy happens and people immediately go online to criticize, to share their opinions, or demand accountability, what role does language play in that process? While these may appear to be ordinary social media comments, language does more than communicate opinions. It shapes, how people judge others, how it constructs meaning, and it exercises influence. So this idea served as the foundation of my study. Social media has transformed political discussion by allowing citizens to publicly evaluate leaders and participate in debates. One result of this shift is cancel culture, which can be viewed not only as a public criticism, but also as a form of accountability. Using the Maleta Gang controversy as a case, this study examines how language constructs moral judgment, collective condemnation, and accountability. Specifically, this study sought to answer three questions. First, how were the individuals involved in the controversy morally evaluated? Second, what linguistic strategies were used to create collective judgment and condemnation? And third, how did online cancel culture discourse function as a mechanism of accountability and social control? To answer these questions, the study was guided by three theoretical perspectives. First, the CDA by Fairclough, which views language as a social practice that shapes power and accountability. Second, the moral foundations theory by Haid, which explains how people make judgments based on values such as fairness, responsibility, loyalty, and trust. Finally, the Foucauldian theory of power, which suggests that power operates through surveillance, observation, and social regulation, especially in public spaces like social media. Together, these theories help explain how language produces moral judgment, how communities construct collective evaluations, and how discourse functions as a mechanism of accountability. Moving on to the methodology, the study employed a qualitative research design using CDA. The data were gathered from publicly accessible online discussions, news reports, and public commentaries related to the Maleta Gang controversy. Purposive sampling was used to select discourse samples that contained public criticism, moral evaluation, high engagement, and interaction among users. And the analysis focused on three major themes: moral framing, collective judgment, and power relations. Now, let us move to the findings. The first major finding is moral evaluation. So the analysis revealed that online users consistently evaluated the senators through moral frameworks rather than purely political ones. Five dominant moral frames emerged from the data: shame, betrayal, responsibility and duty, trust violation, and public service failure. Many comments describe the senator's actions as nakakahiya or shameful. Others accuse them of betraying public trust or abandoning their responsibilities as public servants. Through the lens of moral foundations theory, these reactions reflect concerns about fairness, responsibility, loyalty, and trust. However, from a CDA perspective, these comments do more than express emotions. The language used by commenters actively constructs the senators as morally deficient individuals. In other words, this course creates particular identities and social meanings. The controversy, therefore, became more than a political event. It became a moral issue. This demonstrates how language shapes public understanding of reality and influences how people interpret political behavior. The second major finding is collective judgment. The study found that commenters employed several linguistic strategies to construct collective condemnation. These included labeling, ridicule and sarcasm, collective condemnation, delegitimization, and public shaming. Examples include labels such as Maleta Gang or Dirty 11. These labels are significant from a CDA perspective because they simplify complex political events into memorable and emotionally charged identities. Instead of discussing individual actions, the labels create a collective identity associated with failure, irresponsibility, or misconduct. Ridicule and sarcasm also played an important role. Humorous comments and sarcastic remarks made criticism more shareable and more engaging. As these comments circulated online, they helped strengthen public consensus regarding the controversy. What begins as an individual opinion um, gradually becomes a collective judgment. This finding highlights one of CDA's central ideas that discourse is socially constructed and socially shared. Meanings become powerful when they are repeatedly reproduced and accepted by a community. The third major findings concerns accountability and power. The study found that online discourse functioned as an informal accountability mechanism. Commenters frequently demanded explanations. They called for resignation, they criticized public officials, and they encouraged continued monitoring of political behavior. Statements such as may utang kayong paliwanag sa publiko illustrate how citizens positions themselves as individuals with the authority to demand answers from public officials. From a CDA perspective, these comments reveal how discourse constructs relationships between citizens and political leaders. Citizens were not simply observers. Through language, they positioned themselves as evaluators and watchdogs of political conduct. This is where Foucault's theory of power becomes relevant. The findings suggest that power operates through visibility and surveillance. Social media allows citizens to continuously monitor political actors and publicly evaluate their behavior. In this sense, accountability is no longer limited to formal government institutions. Instead, accountability is increasingly exercised through public discourse. Citizens use language to monitor leaders, to challenge their authority, and to reinforce expectations regarding transparency and responsibility. Therefore, online discourse becomes a form of social regulation. To conclude, the study demonstrates that cancel culture discourse is much more than public criticism. The findings reveal that moral evaluation serves as the foundation of cancel culture discourse. Collective judgment is constructed through various linguistic strategies, and social media functions as a space where accountability is negotiated and power is exercised. Most importantly, the study highlights the value of critical discourse analysis in understanding these processes. Through CDA, we see that language does not simply describe events, it actively shapes how events are interpreted, how individuals are evaluated, and how power operates within society. Ultimately, online cancel culture reflects broader social processes in which citizens negotiate morality, legitimacy, accountability, and democratic participation through discourse. Now, here are a few recommendations for future studies, specifically the use of maybe a different political controversy, the use of a larger data set, and maybe the incorporation of a mixed method approach. And for educators, the findings could also highlight the importance of promoting digital literacy and critical engagement with online discourse. As political conversations increasingly move to digital spaces, understanding how language constructs accountability and public perception becomes more important than ever. That is all for my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Jelly. Okay, a line repeated often enough becomes the truth, according to Joseph Goebbels. Okay, so for her thoughts on the research, let's hear it from Dana.
Yeah, good afternoon po everyone. So, I congrats Ma'am Angelica for her study. Thank you po for such an insightful study. There were so many layers that were examined, and then yun nga, it's these things are just simply consumed by the public. For me personally, I found the finding on labeling nickname ridicule sarcasm. It's quite similar to my study in the sense that what's more shareable, what's more um, audience engaging. So
Viral.
Yes, what would those things that would make something more to catch an attention. So I think that was even sa comments po no, regular people leaving comments like that are very aware of the social environment that they're in. So it builds this sort of shared social environment na kapag ganito yung language na ginagamit natin, this is probably our political leanings, etc. So social media has really encouraged that. I also like the finding po of they've been encouraged to be watchdogs, yung surveillance aspect po ng social media. I think that's very relevant and something that people often forget na social media is a public platform and everything as well po yung ano sa study ni Sir Aaron and ni Ma'am Aisel, these things are apparent po. So I like the conclusion po of cancel culture is also social regulation. Kasi parang nire-regulate tayo in fear of having the wrong politics, of saying the wrong thing, um, instead of really having constructive discourse. So, ayun, yung recommendation po na media literacy ay napaka-timely and relevant po. Thank you, Ma'am Angelica. Thank you po.
Okay. But do you think, Dana and Jelly, there should be forgiveness after cancellation?
Pero Doc, who will give the forgiveness? Who is
What do you
also
think? Do you
ready
think
to
there should be forgiveness, or how about Jelly? Forgive and forget, or uh, ano, cancel ka lang talaga? Or what do you think?
Permanent
Jelly,
cancellation.
Jelly. Si
I
Jelly na,
agree po with Doc Rolly.
natanong pa
Talaga
yung
pong
nag-comments.
permanent cancellation. Especially pag
Okay,
politics na yung
talaga masagot si
usapan.
Jelly. No forgiveness. Okay. 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 Well, it depends. Siguro depends on the gravity of the sin. Okay. Um, I'm just curious, what are your insights, okay, regarding canceling? Because sometimes, people make mistakes, okay, but do we crucify at wala nang babaan, or may reparation ba o may redemption arc ba na dapat? Okay, so possibly, okay, it depends on the sin, gravity of sin. Okay, possibly, okay. Anyway, hindi naman yun ang point ng study ni Jelly. Okay, thank you very much, Dana, for your insights. And now we will move to the next presentation. Okay. Um, this is, okay, mas mabait itong part na ito. Okay, because constructing discourses of wealth and spiritual identity, a critical discourse, okay, from very polarizing topics to 8 secrets of the truly rich and God's. Here's her 365 devotions for women by women books by Ian. Okay, so magpakabait tayo and let's listen. Okay, Ian, okay, and then to share her thoughts on the study, okay, Jelly will comment on Ian's presentation. Okay, so let's hear it from Ian de la Cruz. Okay.
Good morning, Dr. Rolly Quinones. Good morning, classmates. My name is Ian de la Cruz, a Master of Arts in English Language Studies student, and allow me to present to you my research as my final requirement for English Language Studies 607, Discourse, Meaning, and Power, titled Constructing Discourses of Wealth and Spiritual Identity, a critical discourse analysis of 8 secrets of the truly rich, and God Hears Her 365 Devotions for Women by Women books. Let's now proceed to the introduction. I have here the books, two contemporary Christian books that I used in my study to analyze how the authors framed the passages or the contents of this book in order to construct the meanings of wealth, success, and finances. We have here On my left, the one who is authored by Bo Sanchez, titled The Eight Secrets of the Truly Rich. And the other one on my right, titled God Hears Her 365 Devotions for Women by Women, authored by Elisa Morgan by Our Daily Bread Publishing. Now, sometimes whenever we would read passages concerning spirituality and wealth, we might think that we are being framed by these authors on how are we going to interpret the contents of what they're trying to say in their book. At this point, let's go ahead and try to analyze the passages or the contents of these two books. For the research gap, I believe that there are still limited researches that was analyzed by prominent researchers encompassing contemporary and uh, devotional and spiritual books, and as well as wealth. I have here my three research questions. Number one, how are wealth and success discursively constructed in Eight Secrets of the Truly Rich? Number two, how are spiritual identity and faith represented in God Hears Her? And number three, what ideologies and values are promoted through the language used in both texts? And how do they influence readers? For the methodology, the research design that I incorporated in this study is that it is qualitative in nature, it is descriptive and interpretive. The texts that I used to analyze were the following: The Eight Secrets of the Truly Rich by Bo Sanchez, and God Hears Her 365 Devotions by Women for Women by Women by Eliza Morgan. For the data collection, I identified selected passages and then I segmented or coded them. And lastly, I documented the excerpts. For the data analysis, I have used three theoretical frameworks, and these are the critical discourse analysis, systemic functional linguistics, and social constructivist theory. For the ethical considerations, as a research, I ensured proper documentation, referencing, and avoidance of plagiarism. Now, let's proceed to the results and discussions. For the research question number one, how are wealth and success discursively constructed in Eight Secrets of the Truly Rich? I have here the excerpts. Let me read it to you verbatimly. Friend, do you have a money problem? Read carefully. 90% of your money problems are mind problems. This is according to Bo Sanchez on page 6. Next, I don't want you to be rich. I want you to be truly rich. Page 15. Lastly, you have more power than you think you have. If you don't like your job, you're responsible. Page 30. For the analysis, for the critical discourse analysis, it says here that wealth is constructed as morally desirable and spiritually aligned. Personal responsibility emphasized. Systemic functional linguistics, the actor you are grounded with material and relational processes, modality and appraisal highlights obligation and positive evaluation. For the social constructivist, the readers co-construct identity, integrating financial and competence with moral and spiritual values. For the interpretation, the text promotes a multidimensional understanding of wealth, financial, ethical, and spiritual. The readers are positioned as active agents capable of aligning actions with moral and spiritual purpose. For the research question number two, how are spiritual identity and faith represented in God Hears Her 365 Devotions for Women by Women? These are the excerpts. We can confidently pray knowing He'll hear and answer, according to Morgan on page 6. Second, ask the God who hears you to give you a renewed desire for relationship with Him on page 9. For critical discourse analysis, the spiritual identity constructed as morally and relationally significant, women positioned as efficacious agents. Systemic functional linguistics, material, relational, and mental processes encode active engagement and relationality with God. Appraisal language reinforces desirability of faith. And social constructivist, the readers internalize spiritual identity, aligning beliefs and behaviors with moral and relational frameworks. For the interpretation, faith is positioned as central to identity. Devotional acts and reflection promote moral and spiritual agency, empowering women to enact spiritual values in daily life. For the last question, what ideologies and values are promoted through the language used in both texts, and how do they influence readers' perspectives? For the two books, for the Eight Secrets, I have here the excerpt. Be totally responsible for your success. Page 30. For the God hears her, we can confidently pray, knowing He'll hear and answer. Page 6. For the analysis, CDA, it says that ethical responsibility and service oriented behavior promoted. The Eight Secrets emphasized financial stewardship, while God hears her emphasized spiritual responsiveness. Systemic functional linguistics, material and relational processes, and code actions aligned with ethical spiritual values. And social constructivist, the readers co construct identity, integrating personal growth with moral and spiritual responsibility. For the interpretation, both texts converged on promoting moral and ethical engagement. They shape readers' perspectives by integrating personal agency, ethical responsibility, and spiritual or faith based practices, though in domain specific contexts, like the material versus spiritual. For the conclusion, I have here three conclusions: wealth and success as multidimensional constructs, spiritual identity and faith act as relational and empowering, and the convergence of ethical and moral values across domains. Lastly, effectiveness of linguistic and discursive strategies. For the recommendations, it is highly recommended for educators and curriculum developers to include analyzing books like the two books that I used to analyze, and for readers and practitioners, for authors and publishers, and lastly, for future researchers. That would be all for my presentation, and thank you so much for listening.
And for our reaction,
Hi, good afternoon po. Hi, Sir Ian. So, first of all, congratulations po sa paper. So, honestly, I do not think I have read a paper similar to yours. So, I really like how the topic explored something that we don't usually see in discourse studies. And then I also like how you connected language and identity formation. So, it was interesting for me to see how books use specific linguistic choices to influence the way we think about success and fate. So honestly, I haven't read these two books, but maybe I could find time to read it. And then as for the discussion, it clearly presents how both books construct readers as active agents in their own personal and spiritual development. So I would really like to read Sir's paper because it's something that is really new for me. So yun po. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Um, we are now going to have the next presentation, and Sir Ian will be our audience reactor. So here is the paper by Mr. Kyrell James Domdom.
Good day, everyone. My name is Carol Jabez Dondoma, and today I'll be discussing my study titled A Language, Power, and the Other, a Berdousian Critical Discourse Analysis of Victorian Language and Reinforced Power in Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist. So this study aims to examine how language reflects and shapes certain power relations and dominant structures or ideologies within the Victorian era. It also examines how literature can be an instrument in reinforcing or challenging social structures. And furthermore, it also examines how language constructs power and ideologies in Victorian realities or Victorian society. So to accommodate these agenda, certain research questions must be asked first and must be answered in order to resolve or to accommodate again these certain agenda. So for the research questions, these are all anchored from um, Norman Fairclough's critical discourse analysis, where uh, the principle of micro to meso to macro levels of analysis um, or rather the frame or following the framework of micro, meso, and macro levels of analysis is required to reveal certain ideologies, or if these ideologies are being mirrored or reinforced in a specific, in this case, in a specific novel. So for the research question one, it deals with how is language utilized to represent and construct the identity of the other. For research question two, it asks how the author uses narrative irony and historical context to critique and or to critique power and Victorian attitudes toward the poor. And lastly, how does linguistic capital reveal the legitimization and criminalization of fictional dialogues in Oliver Twist? So these are all anchored in or from two main theories. So for the theoretical framework, first one is the critical discourse analysis by Norman Fairclough, which again follows the framework of having three levels of analysis from micro, meso to macro. And then it also uses Pierre Bourdieu's linguistic capital theory, where it argues that language isn't neutral, but that rather functions as a symbolic power, and that certain ways of speaking, for example, standard way of speaking, has a specific or or an invisible linguistic currency. So certain ways of speaking gain legitimacy, and other ways of speaking are often stigmatized and devalued. So for the research design, it employs qualitative research design with through critical discourse analysis by using purposive sampling. So selected chapters are analyzed based on three main things, which are power, othering, and ideology. So these are the main themes of the study. So for the research corpus, again, it delved into the three main things, which are power, othering, and ideology. So for the data unit one, these are the chapters that are subjected to analysis to reveal certain linguistic power or certain themes about linguistic power within the novel. And then for the data unit two, these are the chapters used to reveal the concept of othering. And the same goes for the data unit three, which help reveal the principle of ideology and power. So for the analytical framework, as mentioned earlier, it follows the framework of CDA from micro, meso to macro. So for the micro level, lexical choices, evaluative language, and authority and voice were used to examine how the smallest unit of the analysis help in determining how the novel itself kind of reinforce or challenge certain ideologies in the Victorian era. So next one is the meso level, where narrative irony and historical context were used to again help explain how this novel reflect dominant ideologies of Victorian realities. And then for the macro level, this is where linguistic capital theory by Pierre Perdue kind of enters in, as the it is divided into two. First one is the prestige currency, and the second one is the concept of the other. So for the micro level findings, for the lexical choice, language legitimizes authority, and they often dehumanize marginalized groups. So as presented on your screen, these are the common lexical choices used to describe the marginalized figures and the authority figures. And then for the evaluative language, poverty is often associated with deficiency and deviance, and authority is associated with legitimacy and competence. So for the marginalized characters, these are the common language used to portray them, and contrary to the authority figures, which commonly utilizes a positive yet satire choices of words or language to kind of portray who the authority figures are. And then for authority and voice, voices of the poor are often dismissed, and the voices of authority are treated as legitimate. So there is a clear contrast between those who are part of the marginalized sector and those who are part of the institutional elite. And then for the meso level finding, again, it is divided into two. First one is narrative irony, where the author explicitly or effectively rather exposes the hypocrisy of institution through the use of satire. So in contrast, historical context was also used to kind of reveal or mirror how the novel uh, mirrors Victorian social reality. So there was an existing law back in the Victorian era called New Poor Law of 1834, where child labor and exploitation among children in workhouses was uh, very prevalent. So through this novel, it mirrors the Victorian social realities, and it shows how fictional discourse reflects real historical inequalities. And then lastly, for the macro level findings, again, it is divided into two, which is the prestige language. This specific language is commonly spoken by those who have the institutional power and who are part of the institutional elites. And commonly they use standard English, which is why they are called prestige language, which is why they are called users of prestige language rather. And then we also have the marginalized language. One example is Artful Dodger, one of the characters from the novel, where he used slangs and wits in a formal discourse context, in a way to resist or linguistically resist the dominant linguistic structures existing in a specific dialogue or discourse. So, findings suggest that language functions as a symbolic power, and linguistic prestige reinforces social hierarchy. So again, there is this contrast of prestige currency versus the other or the marginalized group, where prestige currency, their speech or their speeches are often legitimized because of how standard their use of language is, and they're commonly spoken by institutional authority. And because of their standard use of language, they tend to get social recognition oftentimes. In contrast to the other, they use informal speech, especially well, informal speech regardless of the linguistic context or the dialogues that they're in. And the others also has or the others also have a limited linguistic capital. Based on the principle of linguistic capital theory, those who are part of the institutional authority, they have the invisible or this invisible linguistic currency, where their value and um, their status and value are often treated or often based on how standard they use or how standard their use of language is. So oftentimes, because of their limited linguistic capital, they tend to get socially excluded. So findings suggest that language determines whose voice or whose voices are valued and whose voices are stigmatized. So synthesis of main findings for the micro level, a language constructs the other, and narrative irony and historical context reveal institutional power. Macro level, on the other hand, suggests that linguistic capital legitimizes, again, elite voices and marginalizes others, or marginalizes those who are part of the poor or part of the marginalized group. Overall finding, language, again, reproduces and challenges Victorian social inequalities. So for the conclusion, Oliver Twist demonstrates that language is a site of power and ideology. It constructs, or discourse constructs, identities and social hierarchies. Marginalized characters are linguistically othered, while institutional authority gains legitimacy through discourse. Overall, this study confirms that language is not neutral, and it is further supported by the theory of Norman Fairclough, CDA, which argues that language is never neutral, and it is also backed up by Pierre Bourdieu's linguistic capital theory, that again, language is not neutral, but it is a social practice through which power and inequality are continuously reproduced and contested. So recommendations for future researches, they may apply critical discourse analysis to other Victorian literary texts. Um, they may also conduct comparative studies across Charles Dickens' works. So there are a lot of works written by Charles Dickens that could be used as a corpus for comparative studies in the future, such as Great Expectations and A Christmas Carol, for example. So future researchers or researchers may also explore other CDA frameworks other than linguistic capital theory, and they may also integrate critical literacy and discourse analysis in literature education. So this ends my presentation for my study. I hope that you've learned. I hope that you've learned so much, and thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Kyrell, which is, I think he is under uh, the Witness Protection Program kasi para siyang nasa safe house. Okay. So, okay. So, um, to react or give his thoughts on the paper, may we hear it from um, who? Ian de la Cruz. Okay. Hello, Ian. Are you there?
Ian?
Hi, hello. Sorry.
Okay.
And good afternoon, Doctors Quinones and Kainoy and classmates. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Um, to Sir Tyrell, I would say that this is a different level of analysis. It really showed that he conducted a master's level kind of research. Well done. When it comes to the presentation, I don't have questions. It was well explained, and as well as I like the way how he um, did his presentation, especially on the PPT itself. It's decorative and highly academic. Yeah, well done, Sir Kyrell. This is a good monumental reflection of what a truly deserving master's student should be and is. So God bless.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Ian. Okay, for your for sharing your thoughts on the paper. So now let's hear it from our next presenter. Okay. The title of her study is Surrounded by Discourse, a critical discourse analysis of progressive and conservative Christians in modern media debate. Okay, so kabay tayo dito. Okay, so the presenter is Annalisa Era. Okay, Ira. Okay, and the reactor will be our
The
previous
last.
presenter, Kyrel. Okay, okay lang ba Kyrel? Di ba safe ba sa safe house? Baka marinig ka outside.
Safe naman po
Okay,
dito.
so okay, so no, yeah, coast is clear. Okay, so let's hear it from this presentation. Okay.
Good day, everyone. I am Annalisa Era, and I am excited to share with you my paper entitled Surrounded by Discourse, a critical discourse analysis of progressive and conservative Christians in modern media debate. This study examines how language functions beyond simple communication. Specifically, it explores how language becomes a tool for constructing religious identity, defending ideological positions, and negotiating authority in public discussions. The main argument of this research is that religious debates are not only disagreements about beliefs, they are also struggles over meaning, power, and who has the authority to define what is considered true. The study begins with the idea that language in public spaces is never completely neutral. When people communicate, they do not simply exchange information. Their word choices, arguments, and ways of responding often reflect deeper social beliefs and ideologies. This becomes especially visible in religious debates because religious language carries strong moral and cultural meanings. Words such as truth, sin, love, marriage, and justice may appear to have fixed meanings, but different groups interpret these terms in different ways. The research focuses on a modern media debate produced by Jubilee Channel titled One Conservative Christian versus 20 Liberal Christians Surrounded, featuring Ali Beth Stuckey as the conservative Christian participant. The format places one conservative Christians against 20 progressive or liberal Christians in a structured debate with time limits, interruptions, and turn taking rules. Because the discussion happens in a digital media environment, the debate becomes more than a theological conversation. It becomes a public performance where participants compete to establish their interpretation as the most legitimate. The study focuses on three main questions. First, how do conservative and progressive Christians construct their ideological positions through specific linguistic choices? Second, how do participants use discourse strategies to establish, challenge, or resist religious authority? And lastly, how does the structure of digital media influence the way these competing voices interact? These questions allow the study to examine not only what the participants say, but also how and why they say it. This research combines Norman Fairclough's critical discourse analysis framework and Mikhail Bakhtin's theory of dialogism. Fairclough explains discourse through three dimensions. The first dimension is text, which focuses on the actual language being used, including vocabulary, grammar, and interactional patterns. The second dimension is discursive practice, which looks at how discourse is produced, interpreted, and connected to other texts. The third dimension is social practice, which examines the larger social and institutional structures that influence communication. To strengthen the analysis, the study uses Bakhtin's theory of dialogism, where Bakhtin argues that language always contains multiple voices. Words are shaped by history, culture, and previous conversations. This means that a single word can become a site of conflict because different groups attach different meanings to it. The study uses a qualitative descriptive research design based on CDA. The main data source is the transcript of the Jubilee debate. The analysis examines different discourse strategies, including first, appeals to authority, where speakers use religious or moral authority to support their arguments. Second, semantic redefinition, where participants attempt to change or challenge the meaning of important terms. Third, historical contextualization, where speakers interpret religious texts through historical and cultural backgrounds. And finally, interactional strategies, such as interruptions and turn taking, which reveal how power operates during the conversation. To discuss the findings, let's have the first finding: lexical choices and the construction of certainty that answers our research question one. The first major finding concerns lexical choices. The analysis shows that conservative discourse frequently uses absolute and authoritative statements to create sense of certainty. One example of the statement is, the Bible says marriage is only between one man and one woman. From a linguistic perspective, the phrase the Bible says functions as an authority marker. It presents the interpretation as if it's coming directly from a higher source rather than from an individual speaker. In CDA, this can be understood as an attempt to control meaning by establishing one interpretation as the correct interpretation. This reflects Bakhtin's idea of centripetal force, a force that attempts to unify language and preserve one dominant meaning. However, progressive participants challenge this by questioning whether the meaning is truly fixed. They introduce historical examples and alternative interpretations, showing that the same religious text can produce different understandings. Therefore, the conflict is not only about marriage itself, it is also about who has the authority to define meaning of marriage. Finding 2, the second finding shows that um, participants actively fight over definitions. One of the strongest examples in the discussion on abortion, the conservative argument states, killing an innocent person is not healthcare. This statement uses emotionally and morally loaded language. The phrase killing an innocent person immediately frames abortion within a moral category of wrongdoing. However, progressive participants challenge this by framing or this framing by rejecting the idea that abortion should only be understood through that definition. They reframe the issue as the denial of abortion healthcare to women is harmful. Here, the same issue is interpreted through a different moral framework. This demonstrates Bakhtin's concept of heteroglossia, where multiple competing meanings exist within the same language. The disagreement is not only about the topic, it is about which vocabulary and interpretation should dominate public understanding. So through CDA, this shows that language itself becomes a battlefield where ideological positions are created and defended. The third finding focuses on how participants use religious texts. Progressive speakers often use intertextual strategies by bringing other biblical examples into the discussions. For example, one participant mentions David he had 8 wives. There's difference between prescription and description. And this argument challenges the idea that every event described in scripture automatically represent a command or moral institution. Instead, it introduces the idea that biblical passages must be interpreted within historical context. This create um, tension with the conservative approach, which emphasizes scripture as a source of stable moral truth. The debate therefore becomes a struggle over hermeneutic authority, meaning the question of who has the legitimate right to interpret sacred text. Both sides use the Bible, but they use it differently. One side emphasizes timeless authority, while the other emphasizes historical context and interpretation. The final finding examines how the media environment itself affects the conversation. The debate format encourages quick responses, limited speaking time, interruptions, and confrontation. Because participants have limited time, they often use strategies to quickly defend their position or challenge their opponent. For example, just the phrase, thank you, may appear polite, but within the interaction, it can function as a strategy to close another speaker's turn. This prevents the other participant from developing their argument further. Therefore, the digital platform is not simply a place where discourse happens, it actively shapes the discourse by encouraging competition, performance, and rapid responses. Overall, the study demonstrates that religious language is not simply exchanged in conversation. It becomes a space where different groups compete to establish authority. Conservative discourse generally works as a centripetal force by protecting fixed meanings and maintaining traditional boundaries. Progressive discourse functions as a centrifugal force by expanding meanings through historical context, reinterpretation, and alternative perspectives. The debate reveals that words themselves become ideological tools. To conclude, this study shows that language in religious debates is deeply connected to power. The conflict is not only about different religious opinions, it involves deeper struggles over identity, morality, interpretation, and social authority. As religious discussions increasingly move into digital spaces, these platforms amplify disagreement by transforming theological debates into public performances. Therefore, discourse analysis helps us understand not only what people believe, but how those beliefs are constructed and defended through language. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Annalisa, for your presentation. So I think I agree on one point that she mentioned that it's a digital uh, discourse, and in turn, okay, it becomes a more public performance. Same as Dana's study earlier, that even social media influencers, okay, their language is catered to or curated to a certain audience. Okay, so if you are, or if everyone will move to that path of studies in your, let's say, thesis, okay, so that it is maybe beneficial to look into one layer of digital discourse analysis, or at least that digital part as a construct, okay, to consider when you analyze, or at least it's or a method for analysis. Okay, so it's not simply a discourse, okay, but rather there is a certain transformation that is happening if these particular discourses are relayed through digital means, specifically social media. Okay, so to hear his thoughts on this study, let's call in Kyrell. Kyrell.
Hello po everyone. My name is Carol from Child Protection Services. So proceeding with the my thoughts on Miss Era's study. Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate her for that paper. And interestingly, what I found, or as upon listening to the presentation, one of the things that um, I got interested in is the struggle between two groups in terms of how they both establish their interpretation as they parang merong how do you call this? Like there's this interpretation, or there's this interpretation of the conservative and the progressive, kung alin,
Progressive.
yes, alin yung mas authentic in terms of how they understand or how they express Christianity. And interestingly, and as it also makes sense na on one hand, those who are part of the conservative group, they're most of the examples presented, appeal to the scriptures, to establish that what but that their definition or their expression of Christianity is deeply embedded in the theological concept or the theological accuracy, their interpretation. While on the other hand, the progressive group, they tend to rely on social justice, and they tend to rely on um, the how their what do you call this, how their interpretation of Christianity would benefit those people, especially from the marginalized sector. So there's this they do have their own um, like uh,
There's
like
different
different
utility.
perspective. Yes, sir. There's this different perspective of the Christianity that they believe in. So nagkakaroon po ng struggle doon sa sa mismong concept kung ano nga ba yung Christianity on progressive side and on the conservative side. So yun po. Thank you po for that wonderful presentation.
So let's imagine that, let's say this okay, religion as a tool. Okay, so they have different use or utility on this. One is to social justice, the other one is for religiosity or whatever it is. But what the point there is, it's one thing, but it's interpreted differently. Okay, so now we will be what's this, hearing from um, the next presentation. Okay, so I think unfortunately Julia is not around. Okay, so Annalisa will be reacting to the next presentation, not to this one. Okay, so that's Jerwell after this, because okay, Julia's a class, okay, conflicting with our schedule. Okay, so let's hear Julia's paper on constructing crime narratives. Okay, the representation of victims and suspects in news reports in the Philippines. What crime is this? Let's find out. Okay. Okay. Is it a crime to love? Probably. Okay, let's see.
Good day, everyone. I'm Julia Alexis Galavin, presenting my study titled Constructing Crime Narratives, the Representation of Victims and Suspects in News Reports in the Philippines. Mass media plays a significant role in shaping public knowledge, attitudes, and interpretations of social events. As one of the primary sources of information in contemporary society, the media influences how individuals understand issues related to politics, culture, health, education, and crime. Through lexical choices, narrative structures, source selection, and framing devices, journalists actively shape how crime incidents are perceived by audiences. According to Entman 1993, media framing involves selecting certain aspects of reality and making them more salient in a text in order to promote a particular problem definition, social interpretation, moral evaluation, or treatment recommendation. Consequently, crime news does not simply report events, but constructs narratives that influence how readers assign blame, sympathy, responsibility, and legitimacy. Previous studies have demonstrated that media representations of victims and suspects are often unequal and shaped by broader social and cultural values. The year 2007 argues that victims who are perceived as innocent, vulnerable, respectable, and socially valuable are more likely to receive sympathetic media portrayals, while suspects are frequently represented through criminalizing and stigmatizing labels. Similarly, Pollack and Cooper in 2007 found that crime news tends to portray offenders and victims in ways that do not always reflect actual crime patterns, suggesting that news narratives are influenced by media values and audience expectations. The language used in crime reporting plays a crucial role in shaping this representation. Lexical choices such as suspect, criminal, mastermind, drug pusher, victim, or innocent student carry ideological meanings that extend beyond simple identification. Fairclough 1995 emphasizes that such linguistic choices are never neutral because they reflect particular perspectives and contribute to the reproduction of social meanings and power relations. This study seeks to analyze how crime narratives are constructed in news reports through the representation of victims and suspects. Specifically, it aims to answer the following research questions. First, how are victims and suspects represented through lexical choices, descriptions, and narrative framing in news reports? Second, what discursive strategies are used in constructing crime narratives in news reporting? Third, how do these representations influence the attribution of responsibility, sympathy, and bias towards victims and suspects? And finally, what underlying ideologies or power relations are reflected in the portrayal of victims and suspects in news discourse? Despite the growing body of research on crime reporting, a significant gap remains in the literature, particularly within the Philippine context. Existing studies have largely focused on media framing, crime reporting practices, and representations of specific crimes. However, relatively few studies have simultaneously examined the representations of both victims and suspects through the combined lens of this critical discourse analysis and media framing theory. Moreover, limited attention has been given to how lexical choices, narrative framing, and discursive strategies collectively influence the attribution of responsibility, sympathy, and bias in Philippine crime news reports. This study addresses this gap by analyzing selected Philippine crime news reports using Norman Fairclough's 1995 three-dimensional model of critical discourse analysis and media framing theory. Fairclough's framework enables the examination of discourse at textual, discursive, and social levels, while media framing theory provides insights into how news narratives guide audience interpretations. Furthermore, this study is anchored on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal SDG 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions. SDG 16 emphasizes the promotion of peaceful and inclusive societies, access to justice for all, and the development of accountable and transparent institutions. United Nations 2015. This study adopts a qualitative research design using critical discourse analysis as its primary methodological approach. Qualitative research is appropriate because the study focuses on interpreting meanings, representations, and patterns embedded in texts rather than measuring variables numerically. This study employs purposive sampling, a non-probability sampling technique in which texts are deliberately selected based on their relevance to the research objectives. The purpose of the study is not to generalize statistically to all crime news, but to examine representative texts that provide rich discursive data. The study is situated within the field of media discourse, specifically focusing on crime news published in digital news platforms. News media serves as one of the most influential institutions in shaping public interpretations of crime and justice. Online news platforms were selected because they are widely accessible, rapidly disseminated, and highly consumed by contemporary audiences. The analysis revealed a clear contrast in the representation of victims and suspects across selected crime news reports. Victims were predominantly portrayed through positive and humanizing descriptions that emphasize innocence, vulnerability, social value, and respectability. Lexical choices such as beloved teacher, pregnant woman, 11th grader, criminology graduate, and aspiring actor highlighted personal identities and social roles that elicited sympathy from readers. In contrast, suspects were commonly represented through criminalizing label and action-oriented descriptions such as suspect, convicted criminal, gunman, abuser, and murderer. Narrative framing consistently positioned victims as deserving of compassion and protection, while suspects were portrayed as responsible for violence and social disorder. This finding suggests that crime news reports constructs a moral distinction between victims and suspects through selective language and narrative organization. For research question number 2, several recurring discursive strategies emerged across the analyzed reports. These include victim humanization, where victims were presented through personal backgrounds, family roles, educational achievements, and future aspirations; victim idealization, which emphasized innocence and moral worth; criminalization, wherein suspects were primarily defined through their alleged crimes or criminal histories; emotionalization, through the use of emotionally charged and graphic descriptions; institutional authorization, which relied heavily on statements from police officials and government authorities; motive attribution, which provide explanations for criminal actions; and testimonial authorization, where accounts from relatives, witnesses, and community members strengthen the emotional impact of the stories. These strategies work collectively to shape audience interpretations of crime events and guide readers toward particular judgments regarding guilt, innocence, and responsibility. For research question number 3, the findings indicate that media representation significantly influence how responsibility and sympathy are distributed among social actors. Victims who were portrayed as vulnerable, respectable, educated, or socially valued received substantial sympathy and emotional support from readers. Meanwhile, suspects were often depicted through narratives that emphasized guilt, defiance, and criminality, resulting in negative public perceptions. The use of selective information, emotional language, and institutional resources encourage audiences to attribute responsibility primarily to suspects while extending compassion toward victims. These representations also reveal the presence of media bias, as certain victims were granted more favorable portrayals due to their social identities, while suspects were frequently denied opportunities for alternative representation. Consequently, news discourse played an important role in shaping public judgments regarding accountability, justice, and morality. For research question number 4, the analysis revealed several underlying ideologies and power relations embedded in crime news reporting. First, the reports reflected the ideology of ideal victim, wherein individuals perceived as innocent, vulnerable, and socially respectable received greater sympathy and media attention. Second, the discourse reinforced law and order ideology by privileging the perspective of police officers, government officials, and other institutional authorities in defining crime news events and assigning responsibility. Third, representation of crime frequently reflected societal beliefs about morality, justice, family protection, and social order. Finally, power relations were evident in the unequal distribution of voice, as institutional actors were granted authority to interpret events, while suspects and marginalized individuals were often excluded from the narrative. These findings demonstrate that crime news reporting is not merely a reflection of reality but a discursive practice that produces dominant social values, institutional power, and social and ideological assumptions. Overall, the study demonstrates that crime news reports construct victims and suspects through selective linguistic choices, narrative framing, and discursive strategies that influence public perceptions of crime and justice. Victims are commonly humanized and idealized, while suspects are frequently criminalized and associated with defiance. Through framing and discourse, news organizations shape audience interpretations of responsibility, sympathy, and blame, while simultaneously reinforcing broader ideologies concerning victimhood, criminality, authority, and special order. These findings support Fairclough's view that discourse functions as a social practice and affirm media framing theory's assertions that media narratives play a significant role in shaping public understanding of social events. And that would be all. Thank you.
The next presentation will be what's this? Okay, is Jermwell, I think, Mandarin, and the title of his study is Discursive Construction of Body Positivity in Selected Songs of Megan Trainor. Okay, by the way, since everyone is using it, okay, critical discourse analysis, Norman Fairclough. Fairclough. Okay, so that's the pronunciation. Okay, so let's hear it from Jermuel, and later for her thoughts on the study will be Annalisa. Okay?
Good day, everyone. I'm Jermel Manarin Imal, students under ELS 607. And today, I will present my study titled Discursive Construction of Body Positivity in Selected Songs by Megan Trainor. And this study examines how body positivity is represented and constructed in Megan Trainor selected songs through the lens of critical discourse analysis of Norman Fairclough, focusing on how language in popular music shapes meanings related to body positivity, beauty standard, and of course the self-worth. And for the introduction, it was stated that beauty standard in today's society are often shaped by media and culture, promoting ideals such as thinness, perfection, and appearance-based values. And these expectations can lead to body dissatisfaction and negative psychological effects. So, in response, the body positivity movement emerged as a counter discourse that promotes acceptance of diverse body type or bodies and challenges appearance based discrimination. And of course, popular music uh, is an important medium in the context because it is a powerful social force that communicates cultural values, shape identities, and influences how people understand social issues. And in the case of Megan Trainor, there are previous studies on her songs have most focus on morphological analysis, semiotic analysis, and systemic functional linguistics. And however, there is still a gap in understanding how her lyrics construct body positivity at the lexical level and how these meanings are discursively represented and how they resist dominant beauty standards using critical discourse analysis and the beauty myth theory by Naomi Wolf. And this study addresses that gap by examining how body positivity is constructed in her selected songs through language and discourse. So, for the statement of the problem, this study examined how body positivity is constructed and represented in selected songs by Megan Trainor. Specifically, it seeks to answer three questions. First, how lexical choices in the songs construct dimensions of positive body image. Second, how body positivity discourses are represented and communicated in the selected songs. And last, how these discourses challenge socially constructed beauty standards. So for the analytical framework, this study is anchored on Norman Fairclough's critical discourse analysis, which views language as a form of social practice shaped by and shaping society. It also follows a three-level framework, which are the micro, meso, and macro analysis. So for the paradigm of the study or for the flow of the study, at the micro level, the study examines lexical choices in the lyrics to identify how they construct body positivity or positive body image using Nair et al. 2026 dimensions such as body appreciation, body acceptance, and broadly conceptualizing beauty. And at the meso level, it looks at how body positivity discourses are produced and distributed and consumed in the songs, including how different meanings are communicated and interpreted by the listeners or by listeners. And last, at the macro level, the study situates the songs within broader social and cultural challenge or reproduce dominant beauty standards. And this is further supported by Naomi's Folk Beauty Myth, which critiques how unrealistic beauty ideals or beauty standards function as a form of social control. And for the summary of methodology, this study used a qualitative research design anchored on CDA, and it focuses on understanding how body positivity is constructed and represented in selected Megan Trainor songs. And the primary data consists of lyrics of All About the Bass, I Love Me, and Made You Look, which were taken from the website Genius and compiled into a textual corpus. And the songs were selected through the purposive sampling based on the clear criteria, including their focus on the body image, beauty standards, and self-acceptance. For the data gathering, the lyrics were carefully collected, verified by repeated listening, transcribed, and organized into lines. And they were then coded to identify lexical choices related to body image and beauty. For the data analysis, the three-dimensional model was used, and at the micro level, lexical choices were identified and categorized using Nair et al.'s 2026 dimension of positive body image. And at the meso level, recurring discourses such as self-love, confidence, and body acceptance were analyzed. And last, for the macro level, these discourses were interpreted in relation to the to broader social structures using Naomi's Wolf beauty myth theory that focuses on how the song challenged dominant beauty standard. Since this study used publicly available lyric, therefore no human participants were involved, and ethical standards were still observed by properly citing sources, ensuring accurate interpretation based on textual evidence and minimizing bias throughout the analysis. And for the main findings of this study, uh, it was so, uh, uh, it was supported by the critical discourse analysis and of course the proposed dimensions of positive body image of Near et al. 2026 and the beauty myth of Naomi Wolf. So at the micro level, the analysis focused on the lexical choices in Megan Trainor's selected songs to determine how they construct positive body image. And findings show that the most dominant dimension is body appreciation, expect expresses through lyrics that highlight self-love, confidence, and pride in one's body. And this is followed by body acceptance, where the songs promote embracing one's body without judgment and resisting societal standards. And only all about the base includes broadly conceptualizing beauty, redefining beauty beyond teen ideals, and protective filtering, which critiques media manipulation and unrealistic beauty images. Meanwhile, Made You Look presents adopted investment, showing self-care through health related action. And for the at the meso level of this study, it examines how body positivity is produced, distributed, and interpreted in Megan Trainor songs. And the songs are produced within a cultural context where body image issues are widely discussed, turning body positivity into accessible pop music through catchy lyrics, repetition, and relatable themes. And these messages are widely distributed through streaming platforms, radio, music videos, and social media, allowing repeated exposure to ideas of self-love and body acceptance. However, uh, of course, audience interpretation is not totally uniform. Okay. And the songs generate different meanings and tensions, including inclusion versus exclusion in All About the Bass, self love versus narcissism in I Love Me, internal confidence versus external validation in Made You Look, and the tension between challenging beauty standards and still reinforcing attractiveness is a source of value across all songs. And at the macro level, this study examines how Megan Trainor selected songs related to broader social and cultural structure of beauty. And findings showed that the songs challenge dominant beauty standards by resisting narrow ideals of beauty, questioning media driven appearance norms, promoting self worth beyond physical appearance, and encouraging acceptance of diverse body types. By using Naomi's Wolf beauty myth theory, these standards are understood as socially constructed and reinforced by media and society, where women's value is often tied to appearance. In response, the songs promote body appreciation and self-acceptance, shifting beauty toward a more inclusive and diverse understanding. And the song also challenged the influence of media by rejecting unrealistic and idealized images and encouraging authenticity. They further resist the idea that worth depends on external validation, instead promoting self-love and of course self-confidence. But the findings also show that the resistance is not complete. Some listeners may still interpret the songs as linking confidence or and value to attractiveness and social approval, which reflect or which still reflects the continued influence of the beauty myth. And to conclude everything, or to conclude the findings of this study, Megan Trainor selected songs contain clear body positivity messages that were analyzed through Norman Fairclough's CDA, or the critical discourse analysis. And the findings show that the lyrics construct positive body image through body appreciation, body acceptance, broader definition of beauty, resistance to unrealistic beauty standards, and self-care. So for the recommendation, uh, future researchers are encouraged to explore more songs, artists, genres to better understand body positivity in popular music. It also recommended to to examine audience interpretation through interviews or surveys, and other discourse analysis frameworks may be also used or utilized for different perspectives and further exploration of Near et al. 2026 positive body image dimensions. Okay, and for the reference, and so thank you so much for your listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Jermuel. Okay, and to hear her thoughts on the presentation, let's hear it from Miss Era.
Good afternoon po, Doc. Good afternoon po to everybody. Um, First of all po, congratulations, Sir Jermuel, for presenting your paper. And one thing that I agree on or about his paper po is how music influences or affects someone. It can be emotionally or mentally, as someone who doesn't listen to music that much, but when I do, it really influences me. And nakarelate po ako sa part na yun. And also, um, napakahusay kung paano po niya na-weave yung mga frameworks na binigay po niya for CDA and yung beauty myth po to dissect the songs of Meghan Trainor. I think it's a really brilliant and engaging topic. And maybe the malaki rin po yung factor or malakas yung factor dun sa discussion niya about the meso-level discussion on how he dissect din po yung contradiction of having internal confidence habang may reliance pa rin sa external validation po. Ayun lamang po. Thank you so much po. Congrats again, Sir Jamal.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Era, for your thoughts on the study. We will now be hearing from the next presentation, Angela S. Montenegro. The title of her study is Language and Deception. Okay, parang may deception din kanina, no? In military romance scams. Okay, lakas na Martha Cecilia naman ito. A critical discourse analysis of fake military identities scamming Filipinos. Okay, very interesting study. Okay, we will now hear the presentation of Angela Montenegro. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Angela Sator Montenegro, and today I will be presenting my research paper titled Language and Deception in Military Romance Scams, a critical discourse analysis of fake military identities scamming Filipinos. So yeah, let me start with a question. Have you or someone you know ever received an online message from someone claiming to be a foreign military soldier? Maybe they said they were deployed in Syria or that they had a package with money and gifts waiting for you. So that's exactly the kind of scenario this study is all about. As online communication has grown, so has the risk of cyber fraud. So online communication has made it easier to form relationships, but also it increased risk of cyber fraud. And one of the most common forms or common type is is the online romance scam, where fake identities are used to emotionally manipulate victims for financial gain. And in the Philippines, this has become a serious concern because our culture, strongly values trust, family, and relationships, and scammers know how to exploit that. So yeah, a particular effective tactics is the use of fake military identities. Why military identities, or why soldier identities? Because soldiers are automatically associated with discipline, sacrifice, and trustworthiness, and that perception becomes a weapon in the hands of these scammers. So despite existing research on scams, very few studies have looked at how language itself is used to construct these deceptions. And yeah, especially in the Filipino context. So we'll be focusing more in a Filipino context in my research. So this study wants to fill that gap using the critical discourse analysis by Fairclough, and of course supported by Searle's speech act theory and Hall's representation theory. So yeah, next, this study is guided by three research questions. So first, what linguistic strategies are used to construct deception and military romance scams? So since this study will focus more on the linguistic lens of the um, military romance scams, I would like to know what are the linguistic strategies that are used to construct deception and military romance scam messages, as well as what types of speech acts are used in military identity or military romance scam messages, and how often does each type occur. And lastly, how do scammers construct military identity, trustworthiness, and credibility through patterns of self presentation and descriptive language. All right. In terms of the methodology, this study actually used a qualitative design guided by the critical discourse analysis by Fairclough, and again supported by the speech act theory by Searle and representational theory by Hall, to examine the language, power, and identity construction in scam messages. The messages were actually chosen based on their relevance to military identity and romantic, engagement and manipulative language. The primary instrument was a researcher-generated coding framework based on the CDA principles and speech act categories. And I also use a manual coding table to, organize the patterns, classify the speech acts, and of course, identify the recurring themes across the three excerpts. So yeah. And we'll be using, I've used three excerpts as an example. And those excerpts were provided by um, anonymized person. And yep, so now moving into the findings for this. Again, the first question is what linguistic strategies are used to uh, cons- I mean, what are the linguistic strategies that are used to construct deception in military romance scam messages? Um, the analysis actually identified the four main linguistic strategies consistently across all the excerpts. And the first one is love bombing. So this is the use of intense, rapid expressions of affections like pet names, calling me love, honey, declaration of love, and emotional reassurances. Something like, good morning, my sweet honey. I was thinking about you all night. So these are the code, the same statement I found in the excerpts. Uh, yeah, it was actually delivered early and repeatedly to build, emotional dependency faster. The second one is the militarized identity construction. So scammers reference specific details like being deployed in Syria, attending military briefings, holding ranks like E6 staff sergeant, and being in dangerous field conditions. So these details aren't random; they are actually designed to sound real and authoritative. And then third, we have the urgency and crisis framing. So once emotional attachment is built, pressure is actually applied. So messages shift to demanding language, like why are you not responding? Settle this charge immediately. So these are combined with dramatic crisis narratives, like soldiers being shot or packages being held to depict as a real and genuine intention. And the fourth one is the moral and credibility reinforcement. So this one actually this is a type of message that appeals to God. Expression of sacrifice in statements like I trusted you with all my heart are used to guilt the victim into compliance and make the scammer appear sincere. And yeah, what's important to note is that these four strategies are not used randomly. They are actually layered in a deliberate sequence. Like first emotional closeness, then a believable identity, then a crisis and a moral pressure. So it's like a constructed system of manipulation. And then for research question number two, yeah, what are the specific types of speech acts that are used in military romance scam messages and how often does each type occur? So the study I've actually identified five types of speech acts across all three excerpts. So expressive acts were the most dominant in all three excerpts with 9 instances in excerpt 1 and in excerpt 2 there are 7 in excerpt 3 there are 6. So these are emotional declarations like I love you, I miss you, I smile like a little boy, so those are the statements in the excerpts. So they sustain emotional warmth and keep the victim engaged. We also have the assertive acts. Um, this one established, the fake identity. So the scammer uh, are giving information that, claims like I am an E6 staff sergeant or I have served in the military for many years. So they are, presented as factual information to build credibility. And then we have the commissive acts are as the promises. So I will come to your country and we can start a life together like that. So They are designed, to keep victims emotionally invested by offering a feature they're hoping for. And then we have the directive acts. These are the requests. So this escalate over time actually. And early messages, use soft directives like take care of yourself. And later on, they shift to commanding language or commanding directives. So these are like borrow 20,000 pesos, settle these charges immediately. So yeah, and then we have the declarative acts, which are actually rare in the excerpts that I've analyzed. But one notable example is like everything inside belongs to you now. So that statement actually assigns ownership and creates a sense of obligation to act. So the dominance of the expressive acts in this specific result tells us something really important, that emotional manipulation is the engine of the of the scamming. So everything else is built on top of it. And then we have the research question number 3. So for research question 3, how do scammers construct military identity, trustworthiness, and credibility through patterns of self-representation and description? So yeah, for the research question 3, the military identity is built through specific references to war zones, deployments, ranks. So it's not that the this fake military scammer directly say that I am citing specific references like war zones, deployment, ranks, and chain of commands, and yeah, dangerous situations. So it's not just saying, I'm a soldier, like it's we are inside the forest in Syria. So it's not like direct saying of soldier, but it's more of using descriptive words to build that certain identity. And yeah, there is trustworthiness. It's constructed through emotional intimacy, like constant love declarations, flattery about the victim being different and special, and appeals to God, of course, like appeals to God in prayer, and also emotional vulnerability. So one scammer in the excerpt even said that I feel like I can trust you with everything. So which sadly signals that the victim should feel the same. And also the credibility, it actually was reinforced through the concrete but unverifiable details. So the scammers are using credible institutions. One scammer actually named a logistic company, and like using fake tracking numbers or specific list of package contents worth thousands of dollars, and technical justifications like needing a steam card to activate a device. So these details create the illusions of real transaction. So together these three statements or elements make the fabricated persona appear not just believable, but emotionally compelling and morally trustworthy. And then lastly, we have the conclusion. So, yep, overall, so yeah, to conclude this study, it actually shows that military romance scams are not, random. They are not random. They are not careless interactions. They are actually carefully structured forms of deceptive speech acts. And identity construction creates um, the combination of linguistic, strategies, strategic speech acts, and the identity construction actually creates a persuasive narrative that exploits emotional vulnerability and encourages compliance. So crucially, this does not mean that Filipino victims are, gullible or careless. The language used in these scams is actually deliberately designed to appear genuine and emotionally supportive, and also socially credible. That's why it bypasses critical thinking, because it speaks directly to uh, deeply held values like our sense of compassion, loyalty, and trust. But yeah, we also have to think, as Filipinos, we also have to think on the um, brighter side of this situation. So, what do we need to do in order to avoid this kind of situations? So these are the specific applications for Filipinos. It's very important that we have the strong, digital literacy and awareness among Filipinos, as cultural values such as trust, empathy, and strong relational um, orientation may increase vulnerability to romance scams. We also have to recognize the linguistic warnings or the warning signs, like the sudden intense affection, the military claims, or the urgent financial requests, and that can help reduce victimization, and of course, it will improve credibility.
So in short, if it's too good to be true, probably it is. Okay. So, Sir Ali, I think Jermel will comment. Okay.
Hello po, good afternoon po, Doc Rolly and Doc Jan Pili po. So first, I would like to congratulate Miss Angela for successfully presenting her study, and I find her paper very, very, very relevant and timely, especially in today's digital age where online scams continue to affect many people. And I remember this issue being featured in KMJS where there is a victim shared how she was emotionally manipulated by someone pretending to be a pilot naman online. And the story, ganito po siya, the scammer sent photos of a box containing expensive gifts and money, but later claimed na yung package daw po was being held by customs and required a large shipping or clearance fee. And then, believing the promises and relationship na doon po sa nangyari sa dalawa between the victim and the scammers. And of course, the victim sent around 50,000 pesos only to discover that it was scam. So, we can say na nakakalungkot yung mga ganitong situation kasi patuloy pa po siyang nangyayari, especially doon po sa mga taong we can say na digital illiteracy or meron pong digital illiterate po sila. And then this the enter study po ni Miss Angela, we can say or I can say na it effectively showed how language can be strategically used to build trust or manipulate emotions ng mga tao and even to construct fake identities. So yun lang po.
Okay, is this based on experience, Jermel? Has anyone
No po, sir.
used language? Okay. Okay, so mag-ingat sa mga pa-fall. Okay. Kumain ka na. Okay. Maulan, magpayong ka.
Sa mga
Okay, so,
singles, na naghahanap online, so medyo napapanahon ang topic na ito.
yes. What's the purpose of you being English language studies
Yes.
students? Okay, because it will be part of literacy or part of better understanding
Yeah.
this phenomenon, etc. Okay, so I hope that clears, okay, many questions or at least given us um, what's this a better understanding of that phenomenon. Okay, so now let's hear it from the next study. I think is Carl. Okay, similarly, Carl is not here there because he has a class during this period. Okay, so what's this? And then Angela will be reacting to after this. It's Isa. Okay, and then Michelle, the last two. Okay, so we will hear the presentation of Carl Vincent Requinala, Sexualized Political Discourse and Gender Asymmetry in the Philippines, a Feminist Discourse Analysis. Okay, hope maybe Aaron will be inspired as you mentioned earlier about gender, feminism, something. Okay, let's see. Let's hear it from Carl.
Hello. Great day, everyone. Great day. So, for today, I am going to present my paper study titled Sexualized political discourse and gender asymmetry in the Philippines, a feminist discourse analysis. So let's start. Let us all imagine ourselves as a senator who have spent years fighting for human rights. Then, in a congressional hearing, our romantic relationships become the main topic. Our policies disappear. Our body becomes the issue. Now, this is not a fiction because this is what the Philippine political discourse is. Today, I will tell you a story about how sexualized language is used not just as an accident but also as a strategy. So, let's ask questions first. Why do rape jokes appear in the presidential speeches? Why women politicians are oftentimes asked about their morality while men are asked about their platforms. Basically, the root of this study is to ask how does political discourse create gender asymmetry, target women differently, and use sexuality to delegitimize. So, what did we do in our study? We analyzed speeches, media briefings, and congressional statements from 2022 Philippine election period. We have used anal- thematic coding, uh, lexical and grammatical discourse level analysis, and we have used feminist critical discourse analysis, positioning theory, and macho populism. What are the things that we were able to find out? First is that there is an invisible rule. Masculinity becomes the norm. Based on the data that we have gathered, Duterte repeatedly said that women are emotionally different. Therefore, they are unfit to lead. But notice that there is no evidence. It's all just discussion. It's all words. It's all discourse. Duterte used biology as politics, wherein in the Philippine political discourse, women are marked, exceptional, risky, and always suspect, while men remain unmarked, natural, and the default. So how was sexuality became a weapon? So sexualized discourse is radically gendered. Women face rape jokes, commands to shoot them in the V word, and endless questioning of their intimate lives. While when we talk about male politicians, we almost never discuss these things. Say for example, Senator Lila de Lima, her alleged relationships overshadowed her anti-extrajudicial killings advocacy because of her sexuality. And what's the last thing that we were able to find? We were able to find that this is strategic. Male does not have to defeat women policy if you are able to destroy her moral reputation. Congressional inquiries shift from policies to private life. Media frames shift from competence to character. Women who challenge power are attacked 4.7 times more. And that is not a noise. That is a design. So we have cross analysis or we have cross checked these data and together We were able to see patterns that forms a machine. First, make women seem abnormal as leaders. Second is to reduce them into bodies instead and their sexuality. Third is to judge their morality instead of their work. And this is how the discourse or Philippine political discourse reproduces patriarchy without ever saying, I am sexist. Now, the harm of these data that was collected is that it is measurable. Said by ASOY in 2026, there is a 34% drop in perceived competence after sexualized attacks, while Castañeda and Reyes in 2024 discussed that there is an 83% of sexual hate targets women critics. And young women who watches this learns that politics is dangerous for their body and reputation. And this is a form of silencing effect on how women are treated in the political discourse. Now, this is not just about a single politician or a specific politician or a joke. This is also about how language becomes a material technology of exclusion. But if discourse can build a symmetry, it can also unbuild it. Let us denaturalize what is called natural and denormalize what is called normal. And the story, I believe, does not have to end here. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay. And may we now call our reactor?
Okay, can you react, sir? Kasi wala si Carl. Okay. So the previous reactor can be the next one. You agree on Carl's statement?
Well,
Uh-huh.
as
Or the
I have
finding,
said,
rather.
I would agree. So, our politicians for the past months, or if not years, have been quite unfiltered when it comes to giving examples in debates and political discussions, thereby forgetting that they are already using statements that make use of women as objects of sexual topics, just to demonstrate the specific arguments that they have. Perhaps some are doing it to gain attention and sympathy
Mm-hmm.
and to make noise, while the others are simply using those as symbols. But nevertheless, whatever reasons there may be, I would agree in the paper that the women are always put into being sex objects in those kinds of remarks. And in this conservative society, I would like to believe that we are still classified as conservative society, the Philippine culture. Um, uh, Still, we are not ready for such kind of tactless statements or remarks. Most especially, we are pushing for inclusivity and gender sensitivity. Therefore, this is a topic that is highly relevant to gender fair language. What about you, Sir Philip?
Okay, so I agree. Okay, I think okay, there is an abundant cases of this, not only on politicians but for also coming from everyday conversations. For example, in the workplace, okay,
Mhm.
it seems that I actually believe that it is the opposite. Okay, these are more normal than it is not. Okay, so that's why I think it's a conversation that has to be um, open to everyone. Maybe others are still trapped, okay, on their old point view of women or etc. Okay, so it seems that to them, okay, this is normal. Okay, these are remnants of the olden times. These language are ancient. Okay, so I think this is one way for English language study students to educate. Okay, so not only the next generation, but also the older generation where these are more common. Okay, especially the workplace is yun yung mas madaming nangyayari yan, I think. Especially the workforce is getting younger. Okay, so may friction yan definitely with those, okay. And I am not saying that yung matatanda lang ha, but meaning kahit yung mga bata. What I'm saying is it is more, maybe more common to them. So now now you try to think, okay, that younger generation should have known better, and yet, okay, it's still not like that. Okay, so hopefully this would help us understand that better. Okay, now we will be moving to the next presentation. Okay, Aiza, her topic is sacred text. Ito na naman tayo sa mga sacred texts, secular context, a comparative discourse analysis of Luke 10, chapter 10, verses 25 to 37, homilies in Metro Manila. Okay, and then Angela will be reacting to or will give her thoughts on Isa's research. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I am Isa Sinodvilla, and today I will be discussing my research about sacred text, secular context, a comparative discourse analysis of Luke 10, verses 25 to 37 homilies in Metro Manila. This text isolates one biblical scriptures to look at how the different Catholic priests interpret the same biblical text in their own pastoral context. So, for my introductions, here, Revia 2018 Language and Cultures Are Inseparable, which we reflected deeply in our society today, and how we act, our moral values, and also our identities and beliefs are intertwined with each other. So, notice scholars like Francisco 2014, Alamis 2013, Del Casillo 2025, Solis and Balones 2015 highlighted that the homilies goes beyond theology and becomes a space for moral guidance, social commentary, and cultural values where they intersect. Similarly, we have Paed's 2009, Kishirkus et al. 2015, Cornelio 2024, and Lanusa 2020. They also noted how the explicit way in communicating, which is indirectness, in appeal to understanding the content of the message also affects. So this one, in my study, I wanted to identify the research gap and research questions, which is in most of the studies I mainly found, they studied or examined the biblical text in their in semantics forms, but this time I will be looking it into a pragmatic lens. So to further expand our understanding of this research, the study aims to explore the following questions. How did the Catholic priests in Metro Manila construct meaning from the same biblical scripture through their homilies in relation to the social and cultural context? What types of speech acts are performed in the homilies and their reflections on the priest's pastoral intentions? How do the priests use implicit meaning in addressing the current issues without explicitly stating them? So for the significance of the study, It hopes to contribute to the fields of discourse analysis, pragmatics, and religious language studies, also in alignment to the United Nations SDG goal number 16, which promotes peace, justice, and strong institutions. The theories I've used for this is Norman Fairclough's three-dimensional critical discourse analysis, John Shirley's speech act theory, and Grace's conversational implicature. The methodology I used qualitative design combining critical discourse analysis with pragmatics. Five live stream homilies on the parable of the Good Samaritan is manually transcribed verbatim, and the data analysis flow from micro level linguistic analysis to the macro level social interpretation. The code switching, pauses, rhetorical questions, and conversational markers are also retained for the pragmatics. So these are the five churches in Metro Manila used for the data gathering, focusing on the 15th Sunday in Ordinary Time Cycle C. The selective YouTube videos also meet the following strict inclusion criteria as stated here from number 1 to number 4. The results and discussions here in Table 1, the pragmatic data, speech acts, and implicatures. Here are data sourced from PRIS A, B, C, and also D. For table number 2, DE. So this homily is dominated by a directive and assertive speech acts, which they goes beyond what was on the text and encouraging everyone to from a passive understanding of the text toward concrete moral actions like mercy and also generosity. This is for table number 2, the macro discourse, appraise A, B, C, D, and E. In the lens of macro discourse analysis, this one they try to reconstruct the parable as a model of active compassions, which the use of conversational tone is also filled with storytelling, humor, and real-world examples in relating the religious theory into a situational reality. In answering research question number 1, Fairclough's three-dimensional critical discourse analysis also revealed how the priest reconstructed the meaning of what a good Samaritan is by encouraging others for acts of generosity, charitable work, and forgiveness and reconciliation. So the finding shows that the same scripture can generate multiple complementary meanings shaped by contemporary Filipinos' realities. For research questions number 2, this one here is just shows that the directive speech acts function as a transition from a simple gospel to a tangible moral actions rooted in compassion and inclusivity. This one based on the findings, this homily serves as a vital social cultural force that bridges sacred texts with secular contexts, reflecting into our daily realities. In answering research question number 3, this one also they target the religious hypocrisy and real-world controversy in a pragmatic lens, and the results reveals that the priest does not only reconstruct the parable as a lesson but also a framework in moral development. In conclusion, this religious studies discourse surrounding the parable of the Good Samaritan goes beyond as a biblical text, but also functions as a social discourse where we reinterpret the gospel meaning into what is the realities of the Christian living in Filipino society. The five Catholic priests also remained faithful to the gospel messages, but just localizing it in accordance to their pastoral context. So the findings revealed that directive and assertive speech acts were the most dominant in the study. Also, the use of indirect communicative strategies such as rhetorical questions, humor, symbolic language, and general statements. It allows the priest to address sensitive social issues by promoting, also at the same time promoting compassion, inclusivity, forgiveness, service, and social responsibility in the homilies. And that's it for my study. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Okay, and now for our research reactor. Sino ba yung ating
Angela.
next? Sir Philip. Angela,
Hello.
any thoughts about it?
Yeah, I'd like to commend Miss Aiza for this study.
It's somewhat new to me dahil siguro ngayon lang ako naka-encounter din ng much deeper na study or analysis of the Good Samaritan in the lens of CDA. But yeah, it's very interesting kasi it studies and shows the text as both spiritual guidance and a communicative action at the same time. And it's also good to know that the same, biblical text can be interpreted differently depending on the priest pastoral context. So even if the core gospel message stays the same, nag-iiba pa rin yung tone, yung emphasis, and yung rhetorical style. So some homilies are more encouraging and others are more challenging or reflective. So yeah, but overall, that was a really good presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Angela. Okay, and thank you, Isaac, for your ASMR presentation of your study. Okay, pwede siya mag-voice over. Okay, sa kanyang voice. Okay. Okay, so last but not the least is Richelle, okay, on her study titled um, academic pressure and stress discourses. So I think everyone can relate to this. Academic pressure and stress discourses on Facebook, a critical discourse analysis of college student Facebook posts. Okay, so by Rochelle Villasis. Okay, so let's hear it from Rochelle. Okay, and okay, Sir Rolly will share his thoughts on the presentation because Isa already shared earlier for John Mark Vincent. Okay.
Good day, everyone. So, this is my IMRAD research entitled Academic Pressure and Stress Discourses on Facebook, a critical discourse analysis of college student Facebook post. So, this study examines how college students construct and represents academic stress through Facebook discourse rather than measuring stress as a psychological condition. So, the study investigate how students express, negotiate, and give meaning to academic stress through language, discourse, and ideology in online environments. And also, the study here is grounded in critical discourse analysis and integrates Fairclaw's three-dimensional model. We also have Gee's social-cultural discourse theory and Van Ditch social-cognitive approach. So now let's go now to the introduction. Okay, so here in the introduction, we all know that academic stress has become a significant concern among university students due to increasing academic demands, deadlines, examinations, and institutional expectation. So with the rise of social media, students increasingly use Facebook as a platform to express frustration, seek emotional support, and share experiences regarding academic life. So I choose Facebook rather than other social media application because Facebook remains one of the most widely used social media platforms in the Philippines and serve as an accessible space where students publicly communicate experiences and opinions. So, although many studies examines academic stress from psychological perspective, fewer study explore how students linguistically construct and represent academic stress through online discourse. So this study addresses that gap by examining Facebook posts using critical discourse analysis. So now let's go now to the research questions. So the study is guided by three research questions. So the first research question is, how do college students construct academic pressure and stress linguistically through their Facebook posting? So the first research question examines linguistic construction. Then the second research question is, what are some common recurring themes, lexical choices, and discursive strategies found within college students' Facebook posting regarding academic stress? So the second research question identified the recurring themes and discursive patterns. The third research question is, in what ways do this posting represents broader social, institutional, or ideological notions regarding academic life? So the third research question investigates broader social and ideological meanings embedded in students' discourse. So each research question corresponds to one or more theoretical perspective here. So now let's go now to the theoretical framework. So here in the theoretical framework, the study integrates three complementary theories. So first we have Fairclough's critical discourse analysis that examines discourse through three dimensions. So we have the textual level. We also have next is the discursive practice, then the social practice. The second one is Gee's socio-cultural discourse theory that explains how discourse reflects shared identities, experiences, and cultural practices. So the third one is Van Ditch's socio-cognitive approach. So in socio-cognitive approach, it examines how discourse creates and reproduces shared beliefs and ideologies. So the integration of these theories allows academic stress to be examined from linguistic, social, and ideological perspective. I combine these three because each theory addresses a different dimensions of discourse. Together, they provide a more comprehensive analysis of academic stress representation. So next, let's go now to the methodology. So, here in the methodology, the study employed a qualitative research design using critical discourse analysis. 8 Facebook posts were selected through purposive sampling. So, why did I select only 8 Facebook posts? Because critical discourse analysis prioritized depth rather than quantity. So, following Patton's concept of information rich cases, the selected posts contain sufficient linguistic, discursive, and ideological complexity to answer the research question. So, the objective was not statistical, but detailed interpretation. So the Facebook post must meet the following criteria. First, it must be written by a college student. Next is related to academic stress. The third one is written in English, Tagalog, or it could be Taglish. Then the fourth one is needs to be publicly accessible or ethically authorized. So next, let's go now to the result and discussion. Okay, so here we have the result for research question number 1. Students employed various linguistic resources to express stress. Examples include exaggeration, sarcasm, humor, emojis, and internet based expression. So these linguistic choices transform emotional experiences into socially recognizable representation of academic stress. So here, this support Fairclough's view that discourse creates social realities and expresses social experiences through language. So next, let's go to the result of research question number 2. So here we have the 5 dominant themes emerges. So we have the academic overload, humor as coping, academic exhaustion, institutional criticism, self-care, and resistance. So academic overload and humor as coping appear most frequently. So students repeatedly use terms such as deadlines, exams, requirements. So these recurring patterns demonstrate that academic stress is socially shared rather than purely individual. So the findings support this argument that discourse reflects common identities and collective experiences. So humor appeared most frequently here. So why it is important? So humor allows students to communicate emotional distress while maintaining social connection and avoiding excessive vulnerability. So next, let's go now to research question number 3. Okay, so here we have the result for research question number 3. So the findings reveal competing ideologies. Many posts normalize exhaustion and self-sacrifice as expected aspect of academic success. However, some students challenge these expectations by advocating rest, self-care, and mental well-being. So this supports vantage arguments that discourse creates and circulates shared belief system. So the findings also supports clear clause point of view that discourse can reproduce or challenge dominant ideologies. And next, let's go now to the overall findings and contributions. So, collectively, the findings demonstrate that Facebook functions as a discursive environment where students express academic stress, negotiate meanings, construct identities, and reproduce and challenge ideologies. We also have the contributions right here. First, we have the theoretical contribution, where the study contributes to the critical discourse analysis by demonstrating how Fairclaugh's three-dimensional model, Gee's sociocultural discourse theory, and Vantage sociocognitive approach can be integrated to analyze digitally mediated student discourse. We also have the practical contribution right here. So the findings can help higher education institution better understand how students communicate academic stress online and may inform programs that support students' well-being, mental health awareness, and balance academic expectations. So that would be all. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, hello. Okay, thank you very much, Michelle, for that presentation. Okay, and to close our program before we award the certificates, okay, we will be hearing from Dr. Rolando P. Quinones Jr. from the Master of Arts in English Language Studies program. So, Rolly, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Doc Philip. So, good day, everyone. As we conclude today's graduate research presentation, we extend our sincere appreciation to all the student presenters who shared their work in syntax, discourse, and English language studies. So your presentation reflected careful inquiry, sustained effort, and a growing commitment to research. We also thank our academic community for taking part in this event. Your presence, guidance, comments, and suggestions have this presentation a meaningful academic activity and have given our students valuable directions for strengthening their work. And of course, so our dear presenters, we encourage you to treat today's presentation as one stage in the continuing development of your papers. So revisit your analysis, sharpen your arguments, address the recommendations and that you have received today, and prepare your strongest studies for submission to reputable international peer-reviewed journals. So publication will require further revision, attention to journal standards, and openness to critical review. But it will also allow your research to reach a wider scholarly community and contribute to ongoing discussions in the field. May this event encourage sustained scholarly inquiry and help build a stronger culture of research and publication within the MAELS program. Thank you and have a good day.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Quinones, for that wonderful remarks. Okay, so maybe I will share also the certificates that our students will be receiving for participating in this event. Okay, so there's an example here. Let me read the text. Republic of the Philippines, Polytechnic University of the Philippines Graduate School, Master of Arts in English Language Studies, Certificate of Participation. So this certificate is presented to your name. So the first in the alphabet is John Mark Vincent Almonte for participating in the MAELS Graduate Research Presentation, Emerging Inquiries in Syntax, Discourse, and English Language Studies, held on 20th of June 2026 at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines Graduate School. This certificate is awarded in recognition of the participants' active involvement and valuable contribution to the successful conduct of this academic event. Given this 20th day of June 2026, signed by Dr. Marisa L. Moreno, Program Chair, Master of Arts in English Language Studies, and hopefully signed by the Dean, Dr. Elmer G. D. Jose, the Dean of the Graduate School. Okay, so that concludes our uh, event, and officially the semester is closed. Okay, but okay, the deadlines, you still have 1 week, and hopefully you'll have a better output, more polished output and research paper. And again, okay, I cannot emphasize enough that these research paper must not be forgotten or just be kept, okay, inside your computers. It has to be shared anywhere that is possible. Okay, so congratulations, everyone, and we are extending our utmost gratitude to all of you. So let us, okay, join our voices in singing the Polytechnic University of the Philippines hymn.